Chapter 487. They had been plotting for decades to suppress Hongmeng and dominate the martial arts world in Wuxia. However, Jiang Tian had destroyed their plan overnight. It could be imagined that after the Bai clan was destroyed, the 6 great clans were completely suppressed by Jiang Tian and were unable to regain their prestige. He had killed 11 immortal state warriors in a row. The 6 families didn't even have the courage to challenge him anymore. Many patriarchs and experts nodded their heads with stupefied expressions. Only Chen Zifan was elated. Now that my dad is dead, I will be able to take over. He's ambitious. Since Jiang Taichu didn't kill me, there's a possibility for me to curry favor with him. I'll be the first to take the initiative to curry favor with Grandmaster Jiang. If I become his lackey, who will dare to provoke me? Uncle, are we going to be killed? Or are we going to be turned into a half-human? An off-road vehicle drove out of Yuhua Manor and sped along the mountain road. A group of young girls were sitting in the car. Their faces were pale and their eyes were filled with fear. They had seen the girls who had been imprisoned with them being taken out of the prison and thrown into the dungeon. They had become old women and died on the spot. Master Kong saved you. The Bai family is finished. The driver let out a wry smile and heaved a sigh. He used to be a guard in the Bai family's dungeon and was a transcendent state warrior. However, the Bai family had been disbanded and all the guards were dismissed. This was his last mission. What? We're saved? The girls were dumbfounded. They had been imprisoned for a long time and knew how terrifying the Bai family was. How dare someone provoke them? Yes, that Grandmaster Jiang is Miss Huang Linger's friend. He has the ability to fly in the sky and cut down mountains with one hand. He fought his way from the Gu God sect in the 100,000 Mountains all the way to Beijing. The driver glanced at Huang Linger and sighed with emotion. He rambled on about the battle he had heard about last night. How is that possible? Did you say he can fly? Isn't this too miraculous? Many young girls exclaimed in disbelief. Suddenly, a figure appeared in the sky like an immortal. He was wearing a white robe and his black hair was flowing like a waterfall. He slowly landed on the mountain road and walked with his hands behind his back. His white robe fluttered in the wind like a flag. This is simply a peerless hero like the great sage, heaven's equal, riding a 5-colored auspicious cloud to save people. When the girls saw this, their eyes lit up and they almost drooled. This scene had only appeared in their dreams. It's really him. He came to save me. Huang Linger, who was in the carriage, smiled with tears in her eyes. Her pure eyes pierced through the tears and the longing of her past and present life, and fell on Jiang Tian, who was walking over quickly. It was as if she was unwilling to move her eyes away for 3 lifetimes. December 20th, 2009. Inch's order to save Huang Linger. Kong Taichu destroyed the Gu God sect and killed the 9 ancestral patriarchs of the Bai family and 11 immortal state warriors. The news shocked the world and shocked Wuxia. In fact, the first ones to receive the news weren't the martial arts world, but the political and business families in Yanjin. After all, the battle took place on Fragrant Mountain, right under the emperor's nose. People would be uneasy if they knew about it, so they asked the government to keep it a secret. Therefore, a secret news was first spread among the upper class of Yanjin. Everyone was speechless after hearing the news. They couldn't believe it, because the news was, on Xianglu Peak, 2 patriarchs and 9 experts of the Bai family fell overnight. The head of the Qin family, Qin Qingshan, was killed. The head of the Bai family, Bai Jincheng, committed suicide. Bai Diqing's cultivation was crippled. The Condor team was disbanded. The entire Bai family left Wuxia. The Bai family was destroyed? How was that possible? Many people couldn't believe it and thought that the news was ridiculous. It could be said that the Bai family was like a mighty god in the eyes of many ordinary families in Yanjin. Not to mention being able to befriend them, just being able to talk to them was already a great blessing and opportunity. By relying on the Bai family, if one were to mix in with the bureaucracy, one would be able to rise all the way to the top. Becoming a high-ranking official would not be a problem. If he was in business, he would be successful in every endeavor and become one of the wealthiest people in China's industry. That was a family with 300 years of history, which was longer than the history of China. And yet it had been destroyed. If it's true, this is a great change in Yanjin. It might even change the entire structure of Yanjin. This is one of the biggest changes in Yanjin since the founding of the country. Keep an eye on it. For a moment, the entire Yanjing city was in a state of chaos. Countless big shots were paying close attention and trying to find out more information. They wanted to take advantage of the change and gain benefits. Countless rumors were spreading. At the same time, Jiang Tian was sightseeing with Huang Linger at Fragrant Mountain in Beijing, trying to calm her down. Even though she had been stabbed on Mount Fulong, she wasn't too scared because the Bai family didn't hurt her after they imprisoned her. They even bandaged and treated her wounds. However, Jiang Tian was still worried. It was best to change the environment and take a walk. Professor Jiang, so Sister Qinger is right. Cultivation can really make one fly. When she taught me the cultivation method, she said that it could be done like this. I thought she was exaggerating. Professor Jiang, the maple leaves here are so beautiful. Can you take a picture for me? Professor Jiang, who exactly are you? Why do I feel like I know you from before? Professor Jiang, Huang Linger's hair was tied up in a bun. She was wearing a bright yellow woolen windbreaker with a high-collared sweater inside, which made her waist look even slimmer and her breasts look even bigger. She was wearing a pair of half-heeled black leather shoes and was jumping around in the forest like a cheerful bird, chirping and chirping. Jiang Tian looked at the bright and beautiful smile on her clear little face and said with a faint smile, "These are all true. If you want, you can also become such a powerful person." Really? That's great. Huang Linger's face was full of gratitude, but then her pretty face turned red. She lowered her head and said, "Professor Jiang, I'm just a little girl who weeds and fertilizes your medicine field. Why would you offend the Bai family for me? I heard that they are very powerful and scary. Is it worth it?" "It's worth it." Jiang Tian smiled and didn't explain further. He had made up his mind to leave no regrets in his life. After resting for a few days, he would return to Jinlin City and talk to Qinger about recovering her memory. Master Kong. When Jiang Tian arrived at the foot of the fragrant hill, Chen Zifen came up to him and bowed respectfully. Zifen greets Master Kong. The Bai family is so slow in handing over their assets. Do you want me to hurry them up? What if they don't hand over their assets? Jiang Tian looked at him curiously. This brat was truly a ruthless, cold-blooded, and heartless person. Chen Zifen had killed his father with his own eyes. However, he didn't seem sad at all. Instead, he stuck close to Chen Zifen like a loyal dog. Kill him. Isn't this going against Master Kong? Anyone who dares to go against Master Kong must die. Chen Zifen said with a vicious grin. Behind him were a dozen burly men in black outfits. Jiang Tian looked at them and found that they were all internal force users. There were also a few transcendent state masters. Jiang Tian wondered where Chen Zifen got them from. Alright, so your zodiac is an evil dog. Alright, I'll leave this matter to you. Jiang Tian smiled indifferently and floated away. The Bai Group was one of the top 3 tycoons in Wuxia. It was worth nearly $1 trillion. The transfer of such a large family's assets was earth-shattering. Jiang Tian didn't want to deal with it directly, so he left it to Chen Zifen. Master Kong, come stay at my house. I will go and take back the Yuhua Mountain Villa. Chen Zifen rubbed his hands together as his blood boiled. He opened the door of a Mercedes-Benz off-road vehicle and hopped onto the mountain. Let's go. Let's go. This villa belongs to Master Kong. From now on, it has nothing to do with you. A few hours later, Chen Zifen led a group of men to the Yuhua Mountain Villa and shouted at a middle-aged man in a black suit. The man's name was Bai Yujing. He was Bai Jincheng's younger brother and Bai Xiaoyi's father. Although he was not a cultivator, he was an expert in business operations. He used to be the vice chairman of the Baisher Group. Normally, he had a high status and was very influential in the secular world. He had never been looked down upon like this before. Seeing this, he couldn't help but be furious. He shouted, Chen Zifen, what are you doing? How dare you treat me like this? According to seniority, you should call me uncle. But that was when the Bai family was still powerful. Now, the Bai family's second ancestral patriarch and 9 elites are dead. Do you think you are worthy to be my uncle? Chen Zifan rushed forward and slapped him a few times. He swayed like a willow branch in the wind as blood spurted out of his mouth. Then, he kicked him and sent him flying 5 or 6 meters away. This fellow could not even withstand a single blow from Jiang Tian. However, when facing Bai Yujing, who had no cultivation at all, he was in an overwhelming position. With one kick, he broke 3 of Bai Yujing's ribs. Chen Zifan, you have gone too far. Ouch, it hurts so much. Bai Yujing clutched her chest and screamed in agony. Enough. One of Bai Yujing's uncles, Bai Lingfei, walked out slowly. He slammed the table and shouted, Chen Zifan, you have only reached the transcendent state a few days ago. How dare you act so presumptuously in front of me? He was a martial artist at the peak of the transcendent state. He was the butler of Yu Hua Mountain Villa and Hao Hongmei's guardian. Therefore, he was not afraid of Chen Zifan's men. He had been in a high position for a long time and his cultivation was powerful. When he shouted, a powerful aura blasted out of him. Chen Zifan didn't dare to hit him anymore. Chen Zifan took a few steps back and said, I am here to take over the assets on behalf of Master Kong. This is a contract. It is written clearly in black and white. I will give you 3 days to leave. Don't make me do it. In fact, he was a little scared. Just as he was about to leave, a group of people suddenly rushed into the room. Bai Lingfei's face changed as soon as he saw the leader. He shouted, Lord Qin, Lord Lin, why are you here? Chapter 488. The people in front of him were the family lords of the other 5 adjudicator families in Yanjin. Each of them was at the peak of the transcendent state and some of them had even reached the half-immortal state. He was no match for them. Bai Yujing, why are you still here? What are you waiting for? Are you waiting for Master Kong to come and kill you? Qin Zhong sneered and said viciously, From now on, all the assets here belong to Master Kong. You should leave now. We don't want to hurt you either. What? You want to fight the Bai family? We have been friends for decades. Bai Lingfei's face paled as he couldn't believe what he had just heard. The Bai family had lost the battle at Xianglu Mountain, but Bai Lingfei and the remaining members of Bai Yujing had thought of a plan. The Bai family's assets were too large and it would take at least a year for them to take it over. They could rope in the other 6 great clans and make a comeback, killing Jiang Tian for revenge. However, he did not expect that the 6 great clans would all stand on Jiang Tian's side in an instant. This was really the case where the bigger fist was the truth. The winner took all. Don't talk about relationships with me in front of justice. Chen Zifan snorted and said with disdain. When martial artists do things, chivalry comes first. Naturally, a promise is worth 1,000 gold, and a promise must be fulfilled. You promised me back then. So, are you going back on your word now? Then let's do it together. When it came to being shameless, Chen Zifan was definitely the #1 person in Beijing. Moreover, he was hypocritical enough. His words were full of tricks. What Zifan said makes sense. No wonder Master Kong appreciates you so much. Cut the crap. Let's do it. Kick the Bai family out of the house. Boom, boom. The patriarch's auras rose like dragons, and their killing intent filled the air as they closed in on the Bai family. What? Bai Lingfei's heart skipped a beat and he took a step back. The family lords in front of him were the most powerful overlords in Yanjin and they had a lot of connections in the military, various ministries, and the judiciary. When they cooperated with the Bai family, everyone was in harmony. However, if they fought together, the Bai family, which had already suffered a great loss, would definitely not be their match. They would be devoured until not even dregs would be left. Not even a few would be left alive. With that thought in mind, Bai Lingfei's face turned pale. He heaved a sigh and said, Fine, let's go. After Bai Lingfei left, Qin Zhong cracked a smile and asked, Zifan, have you made friends with Master Kong? I am Master Kang's representative in Yanjin. Chen Zifan's face lit up with pride. Sure. Nephew Zifan, you're really promising. To be able to work for Grandmaster Jiang, this is a great blessing. Zifan, you must do your best. Ziffin, we support you to take over the Chen family and become the family lord. However, you have to put in a good word for us in front of Grandmaster Jiang. Qin Zhong and the other patriarchs immediately looked up to Chen Ziffin and offered him some good words. What happened at Yuhua Villa was only the beginning. After all, there was a spirit vein there and it was a paradise for cultivation. The same thing happened in Yanjin and Huaxia, at the headquarters of the Bai's group, the Chuangdu group and the other branches of the Bai family. Jiang Tian was too powerful. Even Chen Ziffin, whose father had been killed, didn't dare to take revenge. Instead, he chose to submit. The other families were even more terrified. They immediately followed suit and chose to submit to Jiang Tian. Helping Jiang Tian deal with the Bai family was to show their attitude. Not everyone in the Bai family was willing to submit to Chen Ziffin. Some of them tried to fight back, but after the battle at Xianglu Peak, most of the powerful cultivators were killed. The rest of them were ordinary people who were below the transcendent state or had no cultivation at all. They were no match for Chen Ziffin and the 5 major families. Moreover, the Heavenly Alliance was still there. Some of those who resisted were beheaded or thrown out of the door. They used to be the descendants of the Bai family and the 6 major families didn't dare to provoke them. However, who would be nice to them now? In just 2 days, under the gnawing and tearing of these tigers and wolves, all the properties of the Bai family had basically fallen into the hands of Jiang Tian. On the 3rd night after the battle at Xianglu Peak, the old house of the Zhang family in Yanjin was ablaze with lights. Lampposts pierced through the dark sky and luxury cars drove in one after another. The core members of the family were called back by Zhang Jinghua for an emergency meeting. Danfeng, what's going on? There are still a few days before the annual family meeting. Is it earlier this year? Zhang Qingji, the 3rd son of the Zhang family, was standing under the eaves of the hall, holding a purple sand teacup made by the master craftsman of the Yixing purple sand teapot. Sipping the fragrant Mount Lu cloud tea, he looked at a young man with an extraordinary bearing who got off an Audi A8 and asked curiously. If Jiang Tian was here, he would recognize this young man in a suit. He was his cousin Zhang Danfeng who had brought him endless humiliation and disdain in his previous life. I don't know what's going on, but my father said it's not the annual family meeting. Zhang Danfeng took out a long and narrow box with a red silk section from the trunk of the car and walked to his 3rd uncle. Zhang Qingji didn't take it to heart and asked again, "What did you buy for the old man this time?" "Oh, I bought a painting of Shi Tao's waning lotus, water and birds from the Christie's autumn auction. I spent more than 8 million. Zhang Danfeng said nonchalantly, as if he had made a huge profit by spending 8 million. Shi Tao's painting? You still understand the old man's thoughts. The old man will definitely like it. Zhang Qingji patted his shoulder. Seeing his uneasy expression, he gave him a cigarette and helped him light it up. He asked, "Did something big happen for the family meeting to be held so late?" Zhang Danfeng took a deep breath and said with a grave expression, "It's not the annual family meeting. I heard from my father that something big happened in the Bai family." Even the old man was alarmed. Something happened to the Bai family? How is that possible? Zhang Qingji's eyes almost popped out. He frowned and said, "What happened? Did the old master die? This is a big matter. It should be bigger than this." Zhang Danfeng shook his head and said, "I don't know the details. Last night, my father rushed to the Bai family to help. When he came back in the morning, he was in a daze. He kept muttering, 'The sky is falling,' and 'the sky is falling.' He didn't even eat before rushing to the old house. When he went out, his leg tripped on the door and he fell hard. He fractured his leg. I told him to go to the hospital, but he refused." Zhang Qingji wanted to laugh when he heard that. But at the same time, he was also more curious. Big Brother was the 3rd in command in Beijing, and the significance and value of being the 3rd in command in the capital was extraordinary. In the outside world, he could be in charge of a province and could be called a governor of the border. In the family, his eldest brother was also the most outstanding in his generation. After the old man retired, the entire family relied on him. What kind of situation had his eldest brother not seen before? Last year, several leaders of the group were taken away by the Commission for Discipline Inspection. However, his eldest brother was still as calm as ever. He even snored thunderously in his sleep. In the end, he was still able to talk and laugh. But now, he was so scared that he even said that the sky was falling. It was really strange. "Uncle Fu, what did the old man and eldest brother talk about?" As the two of them chatted, an old man rushed into the courtyard. Zhang Qingji immediately handed the teacup to an assistant and quickly went up. He cupped his hands and asked, "They're still not out yet. I've been here since the afternoon, and I've been waiting for half a day. Damn, that 1 billion processing contract has gone down the drain." Uncle Fu was the only person in the Zhang family who had a cultivation. He was a martial Dao master. Logically speaking, for a secular family like the Zhang family, it was extremely difficult to recruit and retain a martial Dao master. However, Uncle Fu was chased by his enemies in the early stage of liberation and was seriously injured. He was rescued by Zhang Jinghua's father and followed the Zhang family since then. In the Zhang family, Uncle Fu's status was very high. He and Zhang Jinghua called each other brothers. As for Zhang Danfeng and the others, they had to call him Grandpa. Uncle Fu pondered for a long time with a solemn face. Perhaps he felt that this secret was about to be revealed, so he said something shocking: "The Bai family has been destroyed." Clang. Zhang Qingji just took the teacup from his assistant. Before he could take a sip, it fell to the ground and shattered. He felt his legs go soft and said with a trembling voice, "What? The Bai family has been destroyed? This is really, the sky is falling." Previously, he felt that his elder brother's reaction was a bit excessive. But now, he felt that it was not exaggerated at all. On the other hand, Zhang Danfeng was calmer. At least, he could still maintain a calm appearance. He frowned and asked with a solemn face, "Did the higher-ups do it?" Even the higher-ups wouldn't do it so cleanly. To destroy the Bai family in one night, forget it. Let's go in for the meeting and talk together. The old man should be coming out now. Let's see if he has any instructions. Uncle Fu suggested. At this time, a family member reported that the old man had come out and asked everyone to gather in the meeting room. The meeting room was very elegant and antique. It had rosewood and mahogany furniture from the Ming and Qing dynasties. The antique shelves were filled with all kinds of strange stones, porcelain, incense burners, auspicious stone carvings, and so on. Every one of them was worth a lot. There were landscape paintings hanging on the wall. They were all the works of famous artists. They were not replicas and had a sense of history. In fact, the history of the Zhang family was only a few decades. Zhang Jinghua was the second generation, and Zhang Danfeng was the second generation. It couldn't be compared with the 300-year-old Bai family at all. This old house was not the ancestral home of the Zhang family, but the courtyard of a master Bei Lu in the Qing dynasty. Zhang Danfeng bought it for 200 million yuan to make the Zhang family look good. Everyone entered the meeting room and sat down according to their seniority. Zhang Danfeng saw that his father, Zhang Zhonghua, was in a daze. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. The old man, Zhang Jinghua, was sitting on the mahogany sofa. He was 70 years old. His hair was white and his wrinkles were deep. He looked dignified without being angry. He was like a patriarch in the feudal era. Chapter 489. Next to him sat an old lady with a head full of silver hair. She was wearing a cheongsam and had a fair complexion. Around her neck was a beautiful glass-type jade necklace. She looked graceful and luxurious, but also dignified. Uncle Fu, on the other hand, was sitting below the two of them. His status was much higher than Zhang Zhonghua, Zhang Qinggong, and Zhang Qingji. "Dad, Mom, everyone is here." The second son, Zhang Qinggong, stood up and bowed before he sat down again. He was the CEO of his family's company, Daxin Consulting, and had a certain amount of influence in Yanjin's business intelligence and data analysis. Because of the convenience of his job, he was also the most well-informed and was in charge of the family's intelligence gathering. "Then, let's begin the meeting." Zhang Jinghua coughed and cleared his throat. He glanced at everyone and said, "We've received reliable news that the Bai family has indeed been destroyed." "What? The Bai family is really gone?" Everyone in the audience cried out in surprise. their eyes filled with shock. A girl in a business suit with exquisite makeup asked, "What about the Bai Corporation? What about Bai Xiaoyi?" Her name was Zhang Yue, and she was second only to Zhang Danfeng in Zhang Yilin's generation. She graduated from Huaqing University's business school and went on to study finance at London Business School. After returning to China with a master's degree in finance, she became the head of the strategic investment department of the Chuangdu Group, which had assets of over 100 billion yuan under the control of the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Yanjin. With such a salary, she could be said to be the king of working people in 2009. However, she was not as good as the Zhang families. One had to know that most of the children of such a big family would choose to start their own business. After all, being a professional manager would only benefit others. However, Zhang Yue was not limited to that. With her help, the Zhang family's Zhang Corporation acquired 5% of the Chuangdu Group's shares and became the fifth largest private shareholder. This was also the Zhang family's most successful investment. She was so nervous and sensitive because Bai Xiaoyi was the second largest shareholder of the Chuangdu Group after the State-Owned Assets Supervision and Administration Commission of Yanjin. Bai Xiaoyi was also the senior CEO of the Chuangdu Group. If something happened to the Bai Corporation, it would cause a huge personnel change in the Chuangdu Group. According to my sources, the Bai Corporation has changed hands. Zhang Chenggong opened his mouth with difficulty. The Bai family sold 20% of their shares to the person who defeated the Bai family. I heard that it was a symbolic price of 100 million yuan. 100 million? 20% of the shares was worth almost 200 billion. Wasn't this equivalent to giving it away for free? How is this possible? Zhang You's face changed drastically, a look of disbelief on her face. The equity structure of the Bai Group was extremely complicated. Hundreds of companies held cross shares and reverse shares. The equity structure chart was like a maze that could make people dizzy. However, Zhang Yue was a top student in corporate governance and had a lot of information. She had spent a lot of effort to study their shareholding structure and knew the real situation of their assets. It could be said that in the eyes of a professional like her, Huaxia's rich list was like a joke. The wealth of the rich people on the list could not be compared to the wealth of the Bai family at all. He also understood that if those tycoons were the big fish fighting in the business sea, then the Bai Group was the great white shark and giant whale that truly sank to the bottom of the sea. However, the giant shark was swallowed instead, and the giant whale was hunted down. In her opinion, this was an impossible task. If the Bai clan doesn't back down like this, I'm afraid that person's entire clan will be exterminated. Not even a chicken or a dog will be spared. Zhang Jinghua let out a long sigh. There was even a hint of fear in his eyes. Grandpa, are you kidding? This is a society ruled by law. Exterminating an entire clan. This time, Zhang Yue smiled in disbelief. She had received the most advanced modern business education and believed in the law, contracts, the spirit of contracts, business logic, fiduciary responsibility. If these words didn't come out of her grandpa's mouth, she would even think that he was crazy and crazy. Among them, the fourth-generation members in the room almost all had the same expression. However, they were inferior and didn't dare to ask questions. Only Zhang Danfeng's eyes flashed with a hint of sharpness. He said in a deep voice, "Grandpa, is the enemy of the Bai clan that kind of person?" Zhang Jinghua nodded with satisfaction. He thought that Danfeng had a broader vision. Then he said earnestly, "The Zhang clan's long-term strategy has been to build a good relationship with the 7 top families in Yanjin, especially the Bai clan. Maybe you have always been confused. Where did the power of the 7 families come from? Why can their power not be afraid of the change of dynasties and become bigger and bigger? Why can their families not be afraid of the wind and rain of history and not fall for hundreds of years? I think I should tell you now." A hint of seriousness flashed across everyone's face. This was because they had never seen Zhang Jinghua look so strange. There was a bit of fear and shock in his eyes, as if he was talking about a ghost. Political families rise and fall with the tide of history, rise and fall, rise and fall, rise and fall, and even perish. Shen Wansan is rich enough to rival a country. Hu Shuiyan is a red-top businessman, but once they offend the bureaucrats or lose political support, they will fall apart and collapse. As for medical families and scholarly families, they are not worth mentioning. But there is a kind of family that has a transcendent status. They are not afraid of the changes in the world, the burning and erosion of the continuous flames of war and the renewal of the dynasty's power. This kind of family is a martial arts family, or a cultivation family. Martial arts? What is that? Is it the same as Uncle Fu's cultivation? Uncle Fu is a martial artist and a martial arts master, an expert. Then we are also a martial arts family. Everyone turned to look at Fu Bo, and the young men began to discuss among themselves. They had seen Uncle Fu lift a few hundred kilograms of stone and break a tree when he was 60 years old. That's right, Uncle Fu is a martial artist. He is an internal force cultivator and can be called a master. But we are still too far away from being a martial arts family. Zhang Jinghua looked at Uncle Fu with emotion. His eyes were filled with gratitude. All these years, without Uncle Fu holding the fort, the Zhang family would never have been able to survive those terrifying crises. Uncle Fu smiled bitterly and shook his head. I am a martial artist, but I am definitely not an expert. The path of martial arts is divided into 4 levels: iron body, internal force, transcendent state, and immortal state. Uncle Fu was old and liked to chat with young people, so he immediately said, Iron body, the body is like hard stone and fine iron, able to withstand 1 or 2 cold weapon attacks. Internal force is at my level. It has infinite strength and can produce internal force, so it can hurt people through objects. A hint of admiration and yearning flashed in his eyes. The transcendent state is the grandmaster of martial arts. That's awesome. They can release true qi and condense it into swords and knives. They can hurt people from 100 meters away. They can walk on water and cultivate qi into righteousness, so they are not afraid of hot weapons. Not even bullets can kill them. Not even bullets can kill them. Are they still human? They are definitely not human. They are more like Superman. Everyone cried out in surprise, as if they were listening to a heavenly book. Their eyes were wide open, unable to believe what they were hearing. That's right. They are not much different from Superman. Uncle Fu's face was unprecedentedly serious. He said, You must have heard of the Battle Dragon Special Forces, right? They are the most powerful special forces under the command of the General Staff. Even his chief instructor has the rank of Major General, but this level of cultivation is enough. Oh my God! A Grandmaster of Martial Arts is equivalent to a Major General. Many of the disciples present exclaimed. A Major General was equivalent to the Deputy Commander of the Provincial Military Region. Even Zhang Zhonghua, the highest-ranking official in the family, was suppressed by him. A Grandmaster of Martial Arts is rare. There are only a few hundred of them in Wuxia. If you exclude those who have hidden themselves from the world, there might be even fewer of them. Uncle Fu smiled amiably and said, A family can only be called a martial arts family if it has 1 or a few transcendent grandmasters at the helm. If we call ourselves a martial arts family, not only will we be laughed at by others, but there will also be strange people who can't stand the sight of us coming to challenge us. If that happens, we will be met with disaster. Are all the people in the 7 major families like that? Someone exclaimed. Can a martial arts family really kill people? Zhang Yue asked incredulously. Every circle has its own rules. Martial arts masters have the power to destroy the world. They are not something the police can deal with. As long as their fights don't endanger the order of the mortal world, the government won't interfere. Uncle Fu said, What about the immortal state? Uncle Fu, you haven't told us yet? Someone asked. Immortal state? That's almost the same as a real god. Uncle Fu's eyes were filled with complicated emotions. He said with a trembling voice, Their soul energy can interfere with reality, drive the power of heaven and earth, control thunder and lightning, cut mountains with their swords, and crack the earth with their feet. Their bodies are extremely strong. They can withstand the bombardment of heavy weapons 1 or several times. They can even defeat an army and kill generals. Hiss. This. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone gasped. Many people were shocked and their worldview was turned upside down. If these words didn't come out of Fu Bo's mouth, who had always been mature and prudent and never boasted, they would definitely think that these words were nonsense and that he was making up a story. Zhang Jinghua heaved a sigh and said, "The 7 major families of Yanjin are all like this. They all have several grandmasters of the transcendent state. The Bai family even has an immortal state warrior. That's why we have to work hard to befriend them." "Grandpa, you just said that the Bai family was destroyed. Uncle Fu, who did it?" Zhang Danfeng asked a key question. Everyone turned to look at Uncle Fu. This was also the question that everyone was concerned about. Uncle Fu said slowly, "I've been visiting friends for the past few days to find out more about this. Now I've found out. This man is called Kong Teichu." "Who is Kong Teichu? Who is he? Is he a white-bearded grandpa?" Everyone asked curiously. Chapter 490. No, he is not old. He is only in his early 20s, but he has already reached the immortal state. Uncle Fu's eyes were filled with admiration as he exclaimed, "He is the most powerful martial artist in Wuxia in the last 2 years. He is known as the most powerful martial artist in Wuxia." This man rose from the Lingnan region and is known as the Master Kong of Jiangbei. He had killed Lin Zhenyu and many other grandmasters. Wang Chongyan, the Grand Preceptor of Singapore, was the reigning Grand Preceptor of Singapore. Even President Li Xianlong was his disciple. After that, he killed the founder of Russia's winter soldiers, Xiao Bin, went to South Korea to save Tan Yong's family, drank with the South Korean president, and even went to Japan to kill Japan's Sakura Festival's #1 expert, Miyamoto Genichi. Da Huan, the most powerful martial arts organization in Wuxia. Zhang Danfeng had heard about it and asked in shock, "Didn't the Da Huans seek revenge? I heard that they are worth trillions of dollars. How could they not seek revenge?" Uncle Fu shook his head and sighed. "I heard that they had sent out over 100 martial artists, but they were all killed by Master Kong in a single night. Now, the Da Huan is scared to death by Kong Teichu's ferocious battle record. What is Tan Jun's family? Why can he drink with the president of South Korea after saving them? What is the Cherry Blossom Society?" Someone asked. The Cherry Blossom Society is the largest martial arts organization in Japan. It is like the Long Formation of Wuxia. It is the last trump card of the country, and its status is much higher than the special forces under the command of the General Staff. Miyamoto Genichi could drink with the emperor in Japan, and even the prime minister had to greet him as a disciple. Uncle Fu said with a serious face, "I heard that when Kong Teichu was in Japan, the prime minister and the Mitsui family worshipped him as if he was a god. When he left Japan, they even sent him off 10 miles away. One man can crush an entire country. One man can crush an entire country. Oh my God, that's too scary." Cries of surprise rang out incessantly. Everyone's worldview had completely collapsed on this night. Before this, all of them thought highly of themselves, and they considered themselves to be the daughters of young masters and were immensely complacent. But at this moment, when they were compared to an extraordinary strength like Jiang Taichu, they noticed that they were like caterpillars beneath the feet of a god. The more they asked, the more shocked they became. They felt that this person was like a god from the heavens, terrifying and high above. Zhang Zhonghua still had a lingering fear in his heart. Last night, the 2 ancestors of the Bai family, Bai Tianlei and Hao Hongmei, were killed. In addition, there were also Bai Xiaoyi, Bai Jingting, Bai Zhilan and other children. In the morning, the police helped them collect the corpses. The scene was too tragic. The entire Xianglu Peak was almost blown up. The surrounding few kilometers were a mess. A few tons of rocks were smashed by their palms, as if they were bombarded by cannons. Incense Burner Peak is about to explode? Is this the power of a human? Everyone was sweating profusely. They felt that what Zhang Zhonghua said was like a legend. What? Bai Xiaoyi was killed? The Bai family won't let this go. Zhang Youwei's eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Her face was as pale as a sheet of paper as she exclaimed in shock. Bai Xiaoyi was very resourceful and had a broad vision. In the business circle of Yanjin, he had great influence and could even drink with the mayor and the secretary of the city committee. Zhang Yue and Zhang Danfeng usually saw him like a believer seeing a god. They felt that he was superior and far away from them. No, it should be said that it was difficult for them to even meet Bai Xiaoyi. The leaders of the major families called it a war of gods, and it hasn't happened in the past 100 years. Even the military didn't listen to it and sent the Wei Rong to guard it. I was slapped in the face when I tried to negotiate with them, Zhang Zhonghua said with a trembling voice. Even the Wei Rong army has been mobilized. This battle is clearly of a high level. It is truly a battle between immortals. When everyone heard this, they all nodded. Thinking of that terrifying destructive power and the importance that the officials attached to it, they really felt that Grandmaster Jiang and the people from the Bai family who had participated in the battle were like gods. Yue, your train of thought is wrong. Bai Xiaoyi might be a young prodigy in your eyes, but he has no talent and can't cultivate. In a martial arts family like the Bai family, he is the least valued member. Uncle Fu looked at Zhang Yue and interrupted. Bai Diqing, Bai Jingting, and Bai Zhilan are the real seedlings of the Bai family. They are all transcendent state cultivators at a young age, but they are much more powerful than the old man. In the Bai family, even Bai Xiaoyi had to be courteous when she saw them, and even had to kowtow. On the other hand, Bai Tianlei and his wife were the Bai family's final trump card and the Bai family's biggest backer. But now, what? Bai Xiaoyi is the least valued member of the Bai family? Zhang You's heart skipped a beat. She couldn't think straight and her mind was in a mess. It turned out that the high and mighty Bai Xiaoyi in her eyes was actually just a lowly disciple in the Bai clan. However, Kong Teichu was able to escape unscathed after killing so many top young masters. It was terrifying. Zhang Guizhong was absent-minded as he rambled on. I also saw Bai Diqing. A 30-year-old lad has turned into an old man who can't even walk. It's said that Grandmaster Jiang sucked out all of his cultivation and took away several decades of his lifespan. Oh my god, lifespan? Turning into an old man, this Grandmaster Jiang is really a deity. Bai Diqing. He is the most powerful young master in Yanjin. Everyone exclaimed in fear. Some people's legs even turned to jelly as they felt that the world was too unstable. Also, even Qin Qingshan was killed. What? Young Master Zifen's father was killed? Even the Chen family didn't dare to fight back? Zhang Danfeng was drenched in cold sweat, fear in his eyes, and a chill ran down his spine. This Grandmaster Jiang was simply too terrifying. He was simply like a god. He was definitely not to be trifled with. Fight back? Uncle Fu knew that they were all flowers that grew up in a greenhouse, so he wasn't worried about their inability to accept this new worldview. He explained patiently, in the martial arts world, the fist is the law. Kong Teichu has killed all the masters of the Bai family, robbed them of their property, and expelled them from Wuxia. They don't have the strength to fight back. I'm scared to death. He looked a little fascinated and said with deep emotion, from now on, Kong Teichu is the most powerful master in Wuxia. The most powerful person in Wuxia. Even the Government Affairs Council and the Supreme General Staff have to work hard to get on his good side. Just as everyone was whispering to each other, discussing animatedly, Zhang Jinghua said with a serious face, all these years, we have worked hard to get on the good side of the Bai family and the other 7 families. But this time, not only will all our previous efforts be wasted, we will even face a disaster. As soon as these words came out, everyone was shocked and asked involuntarily, why? Uncle Fu's face showed deep fear, and he said in a trembling voice, Kong Teichu is decisive and ruthless. He will kill people and destroy families at the slightest provocation. After he expelled the Bai family from Wuxia, his next step is likely to be to eliminate their henchmen, and the Zhang family is likely to be on his blacklist. If a peerless master like Kong Teichu attacks the Zhang family, hearing this, everyone shuddered from head to toe. They were so shocked that their souls almost left their bodies, and their faces changed drastically. The Zhang family was a big family in the secular world and could be ranked in the top 20 in Yanjing. But compared to the Bai family, they were like a nest of ants. Jiang Taichu, on the other hand, could even destroy the Bai family and suppress the other 7 families. He was like a fierce god from the primordial era. If he made a move against the Zhang family, to put it bluntly, he could crush the Zhang family with a single finger. Sigh, uncle and big brother have worked for nothing these years. It's better not to do it. Some disciples shook their heads and sighed. Yeah, big brother seems to be close to Chinzifan. Uncle is also a hardcore supporter of the White Emperor City. As soon as these words were spoken, everyone looked at Zhang Zhonghua and Zhang Danfeng as if avoiding snakes and scorpions, and they shook their heads and sighed. Then, the old lady with silver hair said, "Boss, Zhonghua's family's achievements can't be erased. This was an accident. Who would have thought that the Bai family would suddenly be destroyed? Now, we need to come up with a plan. Let's not talk about the past anymore." Yeah, Grandma is right. We need to be friendly with Kong Taichu as soon as possible. Otherwise, the Zhang family will be in danger. Zhang Danfeng's face was solemn as sweat appeared on his face. Yes, Kong Taichu has just arrived in Yanjing. The situation is not stable, and he needs the support of the secular families. Zhang Jinghua's eyes flashed and said, "If we can build a good relationship with Kong Taichu, we can even turn the crisis into an opportunity." Zhang Zhonghua looked at Uncle Fu and said with a frown, "It's just that Jiang Taichu is a godlike figure. How are we going to make friends with him?" "Spend money," Uncle Fu said concisely. "Money? Kong Taichu is an overlord. Do you think he likes money?" Everyone was in disbelief. You might not know this, but the poor can study and the rich can practice martial arts. A martial artist's cultivation is inseparable from cultivation resources, and these cultivation resources are priceless. They require a lot of money to buy. Uncle Fu said with a smile. "How much is that?" Zhang Yuwei asked. "That's a lot." Fu Bo picked up his teacup and took a sip. Then he said something shocking. 2 or 3 billion can only buy the Zhang family's safety and appease Master Kang's anger, but it won't leave a deep impression on Kong Taichu. If you want Kong Taichu to think highly of the Zhang family, you will need at least 10 billion. That much? Zhang Yuwei exclaimed. Everyone's face changed color. 10 billion. Half of the Zhang family's assets would be given away. Yuwei, you don't know, but when I broke through from the iron body state to the internal force, I bought a strength condensing pill for 90 million. The strength condensing pill is considered a low-grade cultivation resource. Most of the pills cost more than 100 million. Uncle Fu lamented. If you want to build a transcendent master with cultivation resources, you will need at least 1 billion. This is also the reason why many martial arts families are involved in the secular world. They need money. They need cultivation resources. Everyone was dumbfounded. Uncle Fu had once spent 90 million on an elixir, but it was a mediocre elixir. It took 1 billion to produce a transcendent grandmaster. It was a shocking fact. Chapter 491. Don't use your standards to measure martial artists. They are a hidden force and also the greatest force. Every martial artist is a hidden millionaire. Uncle Fu said earnestly, Kong Taichu took over the Bai family's property. That's 200 billion. If you give him billions, will he value it? Everyone suddenly realized that compared to these martial arts families, the Zhang family was too poor. They were like beggars on the street. That's true. But the current liquid funds in the family account is only 1 billion. Zhang Chengfeng said with a frown. Zhang Chenggong frowned and said, according to Uncle Fu, I'm afraid we can't even buy the safety of the Zhang clan. Yes, even if we sell our shares and other assets, it will be difficult to raise 10 billion in a short time. Zhang Yuwei nodded, her eyebrows knitted. Although these large families had huge assets, most of them were fixed assets. They didn't have much liquid funds. Zhang Danfeng frowned and pondered for a long time before he said tentatively, Aunt, Zhang Wanqing's Medicine King Group has been developing well in the past 2 years. Its market value is 100 billion, and its liquid funds are abundant. Can we, Tiskeiske, Jinling's Jiang family? When he said this, everyone's expression was a little strange. It turned out that the Zhang family looked down on the Jinling Jiang family. The head of the Jinling Jiang family, Jiang Changgang, was just a specialist in the Su Province Health Committee. To put it bluntly, he was just a doctor. When Jiang Zhixing and Zhang Wanqing got married, he was just a civil servant in Qixia County. In the eyes of the Zhang family, he was not worth mentioning. Even when the Jinling Jiang family built the Medicine King Group and reached a certain scale, it was only a few billion in assets. It was not in the same order of magnitude as the Zhang family. In their eyes, the Jiang family was just a poor family in the countryside. The Jiang family was not even worthy of being the Zhang family's relatives. Moreover, since more than 10 years ago, Jiang Tian and his wife brought Jiang Zhixing to the Zhang family as a guest. After some unpleasantness, the two families had not interacted with each other and their relationship was not good. This made the Zhang family look down on Zhang Wanqing's family even more. After Jiang Tian caused a huge conflict because of the Song family's annulment of the engagement, the Zhang family announced that Zhang Wanqing and the Jiang family had severed ties. When the three major families of Jinling were fighting over the shares of the Jiang family of Jinling, the Zhang family chose to watch from the sidelines. They even gloated. Zhang Jinghua and his wife also strictly ordered everyone in the Zhang family not to help the Jiang family privately. They wanted to force Jiang Zhixing and his wife to lower their heads and go to the Zhang family to ask for help. The fourth son of the Zhang family, who was also Zhang Yilin's father, was directly expelled from the core of the family and stripped of all his positions because of his private use of funds to raise the stock price of the Medicine King Group. However, what they did not expect was that the Jiang family of Jinling had continuously released a series of new products and defeated the sniping of the three major families of Jinling. Their stock price and market value had risen steadily, and they had actually become Huaxia's #1 pharmaceutical company. It turned out to be the Zhang Group, which had caught up from behind and suppressed the Zhang family. Thinking of all this, many of the people present couldn't help but feel jealous. It felt as if their poor relatives from the countryside had suddenly turned into rich people. The third son, Zhang Qingji, shook his head and said, "I'm afraid that won't work. That girl, Wanqing, has always disliked our Zhang family. The relationship between the two families has never been good. How could she agree to borrow money from us now? That crazy girl. If it weren't for our kindness in raising her, how could she be where she is today?" The old lady, Su Shulan, frowned and snorted coldly. "What borrow money? Just ask her to take out 10 billion. We won't return it. Otherwise, she'll never be able to enter the Zhang family's door in the future." Su Shulan had a deep prejudice against Zhang Wanqing. She was born in a big family in the Republic of China, and she valued the family style and the authority of her parents the most. However, Zhang Wanqing actually disobeyed the family's arrangements and privately promised to marry Jiang Zhixing. She even married him with a child. It was simply a disgrace to the Zhang family. 10 billion is not a small amount. Will third aunt agree? Zhang Yue asked hesitantly. So what if the Jiang family is rich? They don't have power. Jiang Zhixing is just a small cadre at the deputy department level now. Su Shulan's face was full of disdain, but she was quite knowledgeable. She hit the nail on the head. The Jiang family's political background doesn't match the scale of their business at all. If those top families want to tear the Medicine King Group apart and divide it up, it's just a matter of lifting a finger. If she's smart, she should hurry up and lean on the Zhang family because we have more political resources. Grandma, you're right. Zhang Danfeng nodded in agreement. The Suzhou Ironworks Group is powerful, isn't it? It's the #1 private steel company with a market value of 150 billion. However, it was still seized by a few influential people in Yanjin and crushed in minutes. Now, their chairman is still eating cornbread in prison. Yes, Brother Danfeng is right. The Medicine King Group is developing well now, but it needs political protection. The Jiang family has experienced the last share battle. They should understand the need to have a good relationship with the government. And this time, they are trying to curry favor with Master Kong. Although it will bring benefits to the Zhang family, the Jiang family will also be able to curry favor with Master Kong. They will definitely be willing to spend the money. Everyone was whispering to each other. They all thought that Zhang Wanqing would agree to this condition. Boss, you should contact Wanqing as soon as possible and ask them to come to Yanjin for the spring festival. Finally, Zhang Jinghua made the final decision. Zhang Zhonghua nodded and asked tentatively, Dad, have you found the Vitality Jade Talisman? I heard that martial artists like to collect this kind of Dharma artifact. They say it's good for cultivation. I haven't found it. There's a thief. Don't worry about it. I'll take care of it. Zhang Jinghua's face suddenly turned cold. He snorted and announced the end of the meeting. While many powerful families in Yanjin were shocked like the Zhang family, Jiang Tian was listening to Chen Zifen's report in Yuhua Mountain Villa. Originally, Jiang Tian thought that this person was very cunning and should be eliminated. However, since the Bai family was eliminated, Chen Zifen would be intimidated and would not dare to act rashly. In the face of absolute strength, all schemes were nothing more than trash. Now, the Bai family is gone. Go away. Master Kong, from now on, Yanjin belongs to you. Why don't you establish your own family? You will be the leader of the adjudicators. Chen Zifen nodded and wagged his tail. After Chen Qingshan's death, Chen Zifen immediately turned to Jiang Tian and said that he would help Jiang Tian collect the Bai family's assets. Jiang Tian knew that this guy was vicious and ruthless. He had the temperament of a vicious dog and a cunning fox, so he agreed. Chen Zifen did not expect this guy to be so capable. Everything was done properly. After establishing a relationship with Jiang Tian, Chen Zifen, with the support of many family heads, actually became the Chen family's family head in an instant. I will not establish a martial arts family. If I don't announce it, I will not be the adjudicator anymore. Jiang Tian snorted and sipped his tea. The adjudicator family was originally formed to suppress Hong Meng and Yi Zhantian's Huaxia Long formation. If Jiang Tian established a new adjudicator family, it would only make things difficult for Yi Zhantian. Besides, what was the point of establishing such a name? Even if he did not establish it, he had already established his power by eliminating the Bai family. In Huaxia's martial arts world, his words were already undisputed. Yes. After defeating the Bai family, Master Kong will be the #1 martial artist in the world. Who would dare to disagree? Chen Zifen flattered Chen Zifen. Then he changed the topic and said with a flattering face. However, the other 5 family heads have always wanted to meet you. They have been waiting outside the villa for a long time. They also brought many valuable gifts, many of which are rare cultivation resources. Grandmaster Jiang, would you like to meet him? Keep the cultivation resources for me, but I won't see them for now. Jiang Tian waved his hand and said lightly. But Chen Zifen asked anxiously. Ever since he started working for Master Kong, his status had skyrocketed. Even Qin Zhong's uncles had to be courteous to him. He had also received a lot of benefits when he arranged for everyone to meet with Master Kong. He quickly said, Master Kong, they sincerely want to pledge their allegiance to you. Their loyalty to you far surpasses that of Bai Tianlei and his wife. Besides, a single tree cannot make a forest. You also need the support of your subordinates, right? I am going back to Jinlin City. Back to Jinlin City? Chen Zifen was startled. He then said anxiously, It's not easy to become famous in Yanjin, so I have to take the opportunity to gather all the forces in Yanjin. Besides, there is a dragon marrow spirit vein here, which is perfect for your cultivation. He didn't want Jiang Tian to leave. It wasn't easy to become Master Kang's lackey, so he had to continue to perform well. Old Ghost is dead. I want to hold a funeral for him. Jiang Tian said and walked into the room where Huang Linger was. He cast an invisibility talisman on himself and Huang Linger. Then, he took Huang Linger on the flying sword and flew away. Who's Old Ghost? Chen Zifen was confused. When he walked out of the Yuhua villa, Qin Zhong and the others hurried to greet him and asked, Family head Qin, where is Master Kong? Other than the 5 family heads, there were dozens of people in the group that came to meet Jiang Tian. Many of them were tycoons in the business world. However, any one of these tycoons was very important and could be ranked in the top dozens of the richest people in China. However, at this time, They were standing respectfully behind the heads of the various families. Perhaps they were under their protection, or perhaps they were directly supported by their agents. Master Kong has something important to do. He has to go back to Jinlin City. Chen Zifen was full of arrogance and did not mince his words. He was pleased. After all, he was Master Kang's #1 lackey in Yanjin. What is it? Do you need our help? Qin Zhong, Lin Fengmian and the other family heads asked curiously. Master Kong is going to hold a funeral for Old Ghost. Chen Zifen didn't know who Old Ghost was, so he could only say so. Old Ghost? Ghost Kick? I heard that he was Master Kang's servant and was killed by the Gu God sect. Lin Fengmian suddenly realized something. That, a servant. The patriarchs present all felt bitter and sour in their hearts. Master Kong was born with a pair of dragon's eyes. In his eyes, the 5 mountain ridges were winding like thin waves, and the dark mist was majestic like mud balls. He had the spirit of climbing Mount Tai and seeing the small world. In his eyes, the other family heads in Wuxia weren't as important as his servant. Chapter 492. The dead should be respected. This shows that Master Kong is a righteous person. He's worth following. If we can follow Master Kong, it will be our fortune. Qin Zhong sighed with emotion. At Jiang Tian's level, no matter what he did, it was right and reasonable. Why don't we go to Jinling together to pay our respects to Mr. Ghost Kick? Lin Fengmian suggested. Yes. We should go. Mr. Ghost Kick is loyal and worthy of learning from. We must pay our respects to him. The eyes of the family heads lit up. Whether it was a good thing or a bad thing, it was an opportunity to curry favor with Master Kong. They were afraid that nothing would happen. Jinling, Jiang family, Fulong Mountain Villa. Hubby, Master is back. Linger is back too. When they saw that Jiang Tian had returned safely with Huang Linger, Zhao Xueqing immediately led Shen Mange, Sasaki Haisha, and Yi Ziwei to welcome them. I'm sorry. It's all my fault. I didn't protect you well. Are you scared? Zhao Xueqing hugged Huang Linger and refused to let go. Tears rolled down her cheeks. Sister Qing, I'm fine. I was only kidnapped for a day. That family didn't beat or scold me. They even treated my wounds. Don't worry. Huang Linger smiled sweetly, but she felt strange. She was just a little girl who helped Professor Jiang take care of the herb field. She was no different from a servant girl. Why were they so worried about her? However, this kind of warmth from a big family made her feel very comfortable. It was as if she had returned home. Go take a shower and change your clothes. Jiang Tian only sent Huang Linger away. I'll go. Huang Linger nodded obediently. Qingya, I want to restore her memory. I can't go against my heart. Jiang Tian held Zhao Xueqing's hand and said to her through divine sense. Hubby, actually, in my eyes, Ling is like another me. I don't mind. If you don't want her, I'll feel guilty. She is a pitiful girl. She has already suffered too much. Zhao Xueqing sent a message through her divine sense. She held Jiang Tian's hand tightly and stared into Jiang Tian's eyes. Crystal clear tears trickled down her cheeks. After Huang Linger washed up and went downstairs again, Jiang Tian smiled and said, Linger, come here. I have something to tell you. What? Huang Linger walked over curiously. The golden lake on Jiang Tian's forehead rippled, and a misty sphere of light drifted into Jiang Tian's hand. Professor Jiang, what's this? It's so beautiful. Huang Linger curiously touched the sphere of light with her finger. This is your memory that I deleted. I'm sorry. Actually, you were once my woman. I didn't dare to have too many feelings because of the killings in my previous life and the deaths of my comrades and loved ones. But what is cultivation? It's to find one's true self and cultivate one's true self. I have to be completely loyal to my heart and leave no regrets. His heart trembled. After experiencing Huang Linger's kidnapping, Jiang Tian realized how deep his guilt and feelings for Huang Linger were. I can't really forget, and I can't really let go. I won't be timid anymore, and I won't shirk my responsibilities. I will bravely accept and protect the people I love. If I can't be loyal to my heart, how can I cultivate my true self? This may become another inner demon of mine. Thinking like this, Jiang Tian's tiger-like eyes were filled with tears. He injected the sphere of light into Huang Linger's mind. Jiangtan, I remember everything. So you're my boyfriend? So you helped me and saved me before, so… Huang Linger's clear pupils contracted and dilated. Suddenly, large drops of tears filled her eyes and rolled down her jade-white cheeks. Ling, I'm sorry. I was too weak and made you suffer. Jiang Tian's eyes were slightly red. His mind was agitated, and his voice trembled as he spoke. No, you're not sorry. I know that you're also in a difficult position. You're doing this for my own good. Now that you're willing to let me stay, I'm already very satisfied. Jiang Tian, don't leave me again. Don't. She tightly grasped Jiang Tian's hand. Her slender fingers sank deeply into Jiang Tian's palm. It was as if she was grasping at a life-saving straw, and she was unwilling to let go. Never again. We'll always be together. Never abandon, never give up. Seeing her limpid eyes filled with endless longing and pleading, Jiang Tian's mind was agitated. He stretched out his arms and tightly hugged her fragrant and soft body in his arms. He hugged her very tightly, as if he wanted to embed her into his body. He was incomparably satisfied, as if he had the whole world in his hands. Heavens, I finally remember. That's great. Huang Linger's tears violently flowed down her face as she wailed loudly. Suddenly, her delicate body trembled violently and she fainted. However, the corners of her mouth still hung a happy and satisfied smile. Seeing this scene, Zhao Xueqing anxiously asked, Hubby, is she all right? Why did she faint? With such a huge amount of information suddenly pouring into her mind won't be able to withstand it. She's too excited and happy. However, it's not a big problem. She'll be fine after resting for a while. Jiang Tianheng carried the little girl and placed her on the bed in the bedroom. After settling her down, he fed her a medicinal pill to nourish her spirit and used his divine sense to examine her again. Only when he saw that her mind was rapidly recovering did he feel relieved. Do you feel better now? Zhao Xueqing helped Huang Linger to tuck in the quilt. Her jade-like slender fingers tucked a strand of hair behind her ear as she asked softly. Qing'a, thank you. I can't forget my feelings for Ling. I hope you won't take offense. Jiang Tian wiped the tears on Huang Linger's face with a wet towel and then held Zhao Xueqing's little hand. His heart was filled with tenderness as he emotionally said, Hubby, I naturally won't blame you. If you're really a fickle man, then I'll blame you. Qing'er stretched out her hand and stroked his angular cheeks as she said softly, I also know that it's not that you really don't want Ling. You're just worried that I'll be angry and embarrassed. This is indeed an ill-fated relationship. You had her first, owed her, betrayed her, and married me. You have to be responsible for me. You're also afraid that you'll harm her if you take her with you. Our life is turbulent and dangerous. You're also trying to protect her. Now you realize your true nature and face it bravely. As your wife, I can't be happier for you. Speaking of this, a trace of solemnity appeared on her face as she said, You're a peerless powerhouse who stands at the peak and overlooks the world. As your wife, I naturally have to share your burdens and consider everything for you. Everything will be handled from your point of view, both inside and outside, and properly. If I'm narrow-minded and jealous everywhere, making a mess at home and making you uninterested in making achievements, how can I be worthy of being your wife? Jiang Tian was overjoyed when he heard this. He couldn't help but kiss Qing'er fiercely. He only felt that his life was perfect. With such a wife, what else could he ask for? Hubby, I want to make Mr. Old Ghost's funeral grand. The two of them were affectionate for a moment. Suddenly, Zhao Xueqing's pretty face turned solemn as she said seriously, This is also Grandpa's intention. Our Jiang family can't be ungrateful. It must be done well. Jiang Tian said with a heavy nod as a faint trace of sadness appeared in his heart. Ghost Kick was the first servant he received after coming to this world. Although he was called a servant, He regarded the Jiang family as his home and family. He ate at the same table with the Jiang family and lived under the same roof. He was Jiang Changging's chess and drinking buddy. He was an amiable grandfather in the eyes of the younger generation of the Jiang family. He was Jiang Tian's right-hand man and the loyal guardian of the Jiang family. He had long become an inseparable part of the Jiang family. His life experience was wandering and he had no children. Until now, Jiang Tian didn't even know where his ancestral home was. This made Jiang Tian feel very guilty. Zhao Xueqing immediately did what she said. She immediately informed the Heavenly Alliance and many members of the secular world that the funeral would be held on the 7th day of Ghost Kick's death. The funeral committee was headed by Jiang Changging, with Yi Ziwei and Zhao Xueqing in charge. Wei Feilong, Huaqing Tian, Jiang Bangxia, Jiang Lin, Su Ruoqing Yuchang, and the rest were all on the committee. Since Old Master Jiang Changging had spoken, they were determined to make Mr. Old Ghost's funeral a grand and glorious one. After some planning, it was decided that Jiang Tian, Huaqing Tian, Zhao Yuankuan, Wei Feilong, Su Zhenlei, Qiu Gong, and several masters would carry the coffin. A total of 16 people would carry the coffin. In terms of cultivation and influence in the Heavenly Alliance, Qiu Gong wasn't qualified. However, he was Ghost Kick's old friend, so he was allowed to carry the coffin. Yes, being able to carry the coffin for Ghost Kick was already a kind of honor. It represented their status in the Heavenly Alliance and Huaxia's martial arts world. Tang Xiaozi, Bai Qiufei, Tai Minghuang, Su Ruoqing, Shen Mange, Yi Ziwei, Jiang Lin, Jiang Bangxia, and the other young people carried the coffin as foster children. A total of 38 first-class families in Lingnan, Su Province, Zhongyuan, and Gan Province were invited. Countless people rushed to Jinling, the Jiang family, and Mount Fulong. Originally, Ghost Kick's status in the Jianghu wasn't high. However, after the Jiang family's torment, his reputation in the Jianghu became famous. To be able to make the famous Master Kong pay so much attention and carry the coffin personally, he must be a well-known hero. In the martial arts world, the Hua family of Zhongyuan, Zhao Yuankuan family of Gan Province, Wei Feilong family of Wei Province, and Shennong School all sent important members to attend the memorial service and send elegiac couplets. In the secular world, the Bai family, Tang family, Tai family of Lingnan, the Tang family of Jiangbei, the Yi family of Jiangbei, and the Su family of Jinling were all present. All the members of the Heavenly Alliance's subordinate families, the Jiang family's members, and the Medicine King Group's tens of thousands of employees were all dressed in black during Mr. Ghost's funeral. All entertainment activities were prohibited. Anyone who violated the rules would be dealt with severely. The entire Mount Fulong and the Medicine King Group played mournful music repeatedly. The atmosphere was extremely solemn. On the day of the funeral, snow fluttered in the sky. The entire Mount Fulong was snow-white, like a world of powder and jade. The villa was surrounded by a sea of wreaths that stretched for 10 miles. A black and white photo of Ghost Kick when he was young was enlarged to a height of more than 3 meters. It stood in the main hall of the main villa. There was a black banner on it, and a line of bold and powerful words were written on it. Yi Zhantian's Weeping Pen. Chapter 493. The area around the portrait was covered with flowers. The leaders of the Heavenly Alliance's branches all over Huaxia came to Jinlin City to offer their condolences. They presented wreaths and couplets and paid their respects to Ghost Kick. The guests came one after another, each with a higher status than the other. Even Tang Hongtu came on behalf of the Tang family to attend the funeral. When Yi Zhantian arrived with the 4 spiritual generals and Chao Zhenjia, the atmosphere reached a climax. Yi Zhantian. He was the leader of the Huaxia Long formation. Everyone in the world had to submit to him. Now, he was actually attending Ghost Kick's funeral. It could be said that he had given Jiang Tian and the Heavenly Alliance enough face. This also meant that the Huaxia Long formation recognized the Heavenly Alliance. Now that the Martial Alliance had been disbanded, all the powerful people under it had joined the Heavenly Alliance. We are here to attend Ghost Kick's funeral. Then Chen Zifan and the other Yanjin elites came. The 6 dominant families of Yanjin are bowing to Mr. Jiang. Many people who knew the inside story felt their hearts skip a beat when they saw this, and their eyes were filled with shock. Not only did they come alone, but they also brought a lot of famous tycoons and officials in Wuxia with them. They were all their representatives, and some of them were on the list of the world's richest people. Why are you here? Don't make trouble. Get out. Jiang Tian walked out when he heard that and shouted coldly. Mr. Ghost was killed by the Gu God sect. Strictly speaking, the 6 dominant families of Yanjin are also responsible. We should send Mr. Ghost kick off. Under Jiang Tian's powerful aura, Chen Zifan's eyes were full of fear and pity. He was trembling in fear. You are trying to get me into trouble. I told you that it was not appropriate to come here. Look, Master Kong is angry, isn't he? That's right, I will kowtow to Mr. Ghost Kick 3 times and 9 times. I hope that Mr. Ghost Kick's soul can rest in peace. Qin Zhong and the others looked anxious, bowing and begging with a solemn face, afraid that Jiang Tian would be enraged. His original intention was to mend the rift between him and Master Kong. If Master Kong was unhappy, then he would have shot himself in the foot. Seeing that Jiang Tian was unhappy, Qing'er advised in a low voice, "Don't slap a smiling face. The other party has already admitted defeat, and it was at Ghost Kick's funeral. Furthermore, they don't know anything about it. Don't be like this." Jiang Tian snorted, flicked his sleeves, and left. Zhao Xueqing smiled and said, "Please don't take offense. After Mr. Old Ghost passed away, my master was in a very bad mood." "You must be Lady Jiang." Qin Zhong cupped his fists and said, "That's right." Qing'er nodded. "I've heard a lot about you. I've long heard of Lady Jiang's powerful cultivation, peerless beauty, and benevolent heart. Now that I've met you today, I can see that you truly live up to your reputation." Everyone's faces were filled with respect and gratitude. They bowed deeply and said in the most respectful tone, "If it weren't for Qing'er, they would have been kicked out by Jiang Tian. Don't be so courteous, please come in." Qing'er smiled and welcomed the family lords of Yanjin. The funeral was hosted by old man Jiang Chang'ing. With Yi Ziwei's help, he walked up to the stage and said in a sorrowful voice, "Cold wind and cold rain have darkened the sky. The god of longevity has fallen, and his soul has not returned. Life has become a dream. Now, the old man announces that the farewell ceremony for Mr. Old Ghost Kick's body will now begin." He was truly grieving. He was about the same age as Ghost Kick. They were master and servant in name, but in reality, they were close friends and had already formed a deep friendship. Today, they would be separated forever. It was truly a pity. A low mournful sound was heard. Many martial arts overlords, officials and tycoons surrounded Ghost Kick's body and offered white flowers. Then, Jiang Chang'ing announced the start of the moment of silence. Everyone lowered their heads and the atmosphere became solemn. Qin Zhong and the other overlords of Yanjin even knelt on the ground and started to confess. Their eyes were filled with sincerity and guilt. The family lords of the 6 major families of Yanjin are kneeling and apologizing. If Old Ghost Kick knows about this, he will be able to rest in peace. In the crowd, Qiu Gong saw this scene and sighed with reddened eyes. Gui Jiu died in the hands of the Gu God sect. Jiang Tian wiped out the entire Gu God sect and killed many people from the Bai clan. He forced the Bai clan out of the ocean and took revenge for Old Ghost. By then, the family lords of the 6 major families of Yanjin had knelt down and apologized sincerely. "Grandpa Old Ghost, why did you leave? Grandpa Old Ghost, please get up. I want to eat the candied haws you bought for me." At this moment, Jiang Wan and a few other juniors were shedding tears. They were even wailing loudly. In their hearts, Ghost Kick was like their family, their dearest grandfather. They thought of Old Ghost Kick flying a kite with them. They thought of Ghost Kick picking wild fruits for them on Mount Fulong. They thought of Ghost Kick letting them ride on his shoulders and carrying them to the headmaster's temple to visit the temple fair. But now, all of that was in the past. Even Yi Ziwei, Jiang Bangxia, Jiang Lin and Jiang Chao couldn't help but sob. After going through so much, they had matured and understood that they should be grateful. Ghost Kick had protected the Jiang family time and time again. He was loyal and devoted to the Jiang family. Now that they had been killed, they couldn't accept it emotionally. Raise the coffin. Carry the coffin. Jiang Changing yelled. Old Ghost, we are here to send you off. Suddenly, Jiang Tian led Huaqing Tian and the other martial arts grandmasters to the two sides of Mr. Old Ghost's coffin. Jiang Tian looked at Ghost Kick for the last time and closed the coffin. Then, everyone lifted the coffin and walked out of the door. In the front, Jiang Wan was holding a small portrait of the deceased and walking in front. Shen Mange, Tang Xiaozi, and the other 8 adopted children were wearing black suits, black trousers, and black sunglasses. They lifted the huge portrait and walked to the hearse. According to Jiang Tian's plan, the 8 adopted children and 16 martial arts grandmasters would carry the portrait to the funeral parlor to be cremated and buried in order to express their respect for Ghost Kick. However, Old Master Jiang Changing thought about it and rejected the idea. The convoy was too long, there were several hundred cars. If they were to move slowly like what Jiang Tian said, it would seriously affect the traffic in Jinling, causing the citizens to be unhappy. Even if Old Ghost knew about this, he might not be happy. Jiang Changing made the decision to reduce the number. They only needed a big bus with a few dozen people in it. The so-called coffin carrying was only used to carry the coffin on and off the hearse, as well as during the burial. Sai, Master Kong led 16 martial arts grandmasters to carry the coffin. It's such an honor. It's worth it even if they die. However, even so, many martial Dao experts were deeply moved when they saw Jiang Tian personally carrying the coffin. They were shocked and could not help but sigh. Meng Yao was very happy recently. Jiang Tian had chased her crazily when they were in university, but she abandoned him like a pair of worn-out shoes and chose Xia Miao. She thought that the ignorant and incompetent Jiang Tian couldn't be compared to Xia Miao, not even with the family's wealth. However, House Jiang started a financial war and defeated the 3 big houses of Jinling, becoming one of the biggest houses in Jinling. Even Xia Miao, who worked for the 3 big houses, was sent to prison. In the end, she chose Du Mingtao, the son of Jinling's police chief, Du Min. She thought that he could suppress Jiang Tian. But last time, Du Mingtao's uncle, Zhang Wenjing, was beaten up for harassing Jiang Tian. Meng Yao deeply understood how powerful Jiang Tian was. It could be said that even Du Mingtao's father, Du Min, couldn't be compared to Jiang Tian. She was about to break up with Du Mingtao, so she was depressed. It was like throwing away a dusty rock from the river, but when someone picked it up and wiped it gently, it turned out to be a priceless gem. Until 3 months ago, she met Su Shiji, the son of Su Tianyan, the chairman of the board of directors of Yi Rong Group, the richest man in Huaxia. They got engaged in a flash marriage. Yi Rong Group was the leading real estate company in Huaxia. In 2009, when the international financial crisis hit, the government invested in infrastructure projects to boost the economy. The government's finances were tight, so they sold a lot of land. Yi Rong Group took advantage of the situation and started buying up land all over the country. Projects bloomed everywhere, and they became one of the biggest real estate companies in Huaxia. In the Forbes Rich list, Su Tianyun's personal net worth of 60 billion was at the top of the list. As Su Tianyun's only son, Su Shiji was the only heir. He was known as the Yi Rong Crown Prince. He used to study at the London Business School and was very open-minded. He liked to speak on Weibo and the media. His words were sharp and he left a lot of golden words. He was even called the national husband by the Chinese women. When she was dating Su Shiji, Meng Yao deeply felt Su Shiji's monstrous power and terrifying strength. Whenever Su Shiji came to Jinling, the secretary and mayor of Jinling would send their secretaries or call to invite him to a meeting. It was as if Su Shiji was an incognito prince from ancient times. There was no other reason than that Su Shiji was too rich. If he invested in a couple of projects in Jinling, it would greatly boost the local economy. Ever since she got engaged with Su Shiji, all the big families in Jinling that she couldn't reach before started befriending the small house Chu. Those arrogant young masters and socialites started inviting her to play or visit her, wanting to make friends with her. Naturally, This was brought about by her status as Su Shiji's future wife. At this moment, when she thought of Jiang Tian again, she had a feeling as if she had climbed Mount Tai and seen the entire world. She felt that Jiang Tian was not worth mentioning at all. No matter how capable Jiang Tian was, the Medicine King Group only had a market value of 100 billion, and Zhang Wanqing was only ranked 10th on the rich list. In terms of power, connections, and assets, how could the Jiang family be a match for the Su family? How could Jiang Tian compare to Su Shiji? Today, on the other hand, was Mingyao's wedding day. Flowers were everywhere, and the earth was shaking. Celebrities were everywhere, and crowns rained down like rain. In the dressing room, bridesmaid Tang Bao said excitedly to Mengyao, who was wearing a white wedding dress and a pearl tiara. "Aya, Mengyao sis, today is really a grand occasion. All the young masters and socialites of Jinling are here. Spring City Real Estate's young master Chen Chunlong, Hongji Electronics CEO Su Lai, Tianxiang Entertainment's Li Xiangfeng, House Yan Zhenyi." The people she was talking about were all the third-generation core disciples of the top families in Jinling. Their strength and status were on par with Nie Mingyuan, Nie Feng, Sun Hao, Qin Bo, and Xia Miao. After these people fell, they became even more conspicuous, able to drink and chat with Yu Chang as equals. Due to their high profile, they were given the title of Jinling's new 4 young masters. Chapter 494. Oh, they're all here. Mengyao smiled faintly, not taking it to heart. These young masters of Jinling were just trying to curry favor with her husband, Su Shiji, for the sake of benefits. The Su family's business was too big. Although they mainly focused on commercial real estate investment and development, they also had a foot in the film and entertainment industry and high-tech industries. The company's assets were worth 200 billion. Just a few melons and 2 dates would be enough to fill these people's stomachs. Mingyao's vision and knowledge were far different from before. 3 months ago, she had accompanied Su Shiji to Yanjing to meet a few of the top young masters, such as Chen Zifan from House Chen, Qin Zongheng and Qin Shaoxiong from House Qin, and Bai Xiaoyi from House Bai. It was then that she realized that young masters like Jiang Tian, Xia Miao, and Nie Mingyuan were nothing compared to the top nobles in Yanjing. What's even weirder is that Du Mingtao is here too. He said that he's here with the police to maintain order. Tang Bao said with a weird expression. Ha him. Mingyao's face was full of disdain as she curled her lips. After they broke up, Du Mingtao didn't want to give up on Mengyao. He sent her flowers every day and drove his sports car to her villa to block her. There was one time when Su Shiji met him, and he didn't even show up. He got his bodyguards to slap Du Mingtao a few times, causing him to roll on the ground. Du Mingtao said that he would take revenge, but when he heard that it was Su Shiji's men, he was so scared that he asked Du Min to make peace with Secretary Yu's son, Yu Chang, and apologized to Su Shiji personally. He was probably afraid that Su Shiji would take revenge on him, which was why he put on such a fawning attitude. The bride is quite pretty, a man in a best man's suit said with a smile. He had a cigarette in his mouth as he stared greedily at Mengyao's snow-white chest. Young Master Xiong, you're too kind. Thank you for being my best man. You're giving me too much face. Su Shiji bowed respectfully to Qin Shaoxiong with a hint of pity in his eyes. Qin Shaoxiong was the youngest son of Qin Zhong, one of the top 7 martial arts families in Beijing. Although he was the son of a concubine, his status and influence in the Qin family were far inferior to Qin Zongheng and the others. However, as one of the people in charge of the Qin family's secular businesses, he had a great influence in the secular world. Even Su Shiji's father, Su Tianyun, had to be courteous and respectful when he saw him. He knew that Qin Shaoxiong was a pervert and that he had his eyes on Mengyao. But this was his newlywed wife, and there was no way he'd just give her away. Why are you so nervous? Am I that kind of person? It's just pure admiration. You shouldn't covet your friend's wife. Qin Shaoxiong shrugged, and then his gaze descended onto Tang Bao. He smiled slyly and said, "This one is a little bigger." Young Master Xiong, don't worry, I'll handle it. I have a way to send her to your bed at night. Su Shiji's heart calmed down as he smiled and said in a low voice. Tang Bao was a decent girl in Jinling, and her family's assets were in the hundreds of millions. But compared to the Su family, she was like an ant. He could easily give out a few $100 million worth of construction contracts to move Tang Bao. She wasn't some chaste girl. At night? Too slow. I want to be in the car. I want to be the groom before you, ha. Qin Shaoxiong laughed arrogantly. All right, I'll go talk to them. Su Shiji smiled helplessly, walked to Tang Bao's side, and whispered something in her ear. This. Tang Bao looked up at Qin Shaoxiong with panic in her eyes and shook her head lightly. A 1 billion contract. You'll earn at least 100 million, okay? Su Shiji increased the bargaining chip. Tang Bao hesitated for a moment, her face red, and finally nodded gently. Her eyes were as gentle as water. A moment later, in the midst of the joyous wedding march, Su Shiji and Chu Mengyao walked out of the villa hand in hand. Tang Bao, Mu Yunqing, Qin Shaoxiong, and the other young masters and girls of Jinling were there as groomsmen and bridesmaids. Almost all the famous young masters and girls of Jinling were there. The Su family's plan was to form a motorcade of 300 luxury cars, circle the city, and then go straight to the airport. They would take the Su family's private plane to Yanjing and hold an even grander wedding there. Oh my God! This motorcade! So domineering! Who's getting married? I heard that the nation's husband, Su Shiji, is marrying Miss Chu. When the motorcade left the Chu family's villa, the entire Jinling was shocked. Many people stopped to watch and exclaimed. It was no wonder they were shocked and envious. A total of 300 luxury cars. BMW and Mercedes-Benz were the worst. Maserati, Lamborghini, Bugatti Veyron, and other supercars were more common. Just these cars alone were worth billions. Miss Chu is so lucky. The nation's husband is now her husband alone. I heard that the betrothal gift alone is $1 billion in cash. It's enough to fill an entire villa, and they even gave a helicopter. Look, there are even 10 helicopters in the sky. How capable must they be? The air traffic control is so strict now. AI, comparisons are odious. My husband and I are getting married, and he's so stingy with the betrothal gift of 300,000. He even wants me to bring the betrothal gift back. This is so unfair. Many people on both sides of the road were discussing with excitement, envy, and jealousy. This is definitely the grandest wedding in Jinling in the past 30 years. All the famous people in Jinling are here. In the motorcade, a second-tier young master of Jinling was driving a Mercedes-Benz that was worth millions. He shook his head and sighed. In the co-driver's seat, Mingyao's girlfriend was wearing a limited edition Prada handbag. She was dressed fashionably, and her eyes were filled with envy. She wasn't the only one. All the girls in the convoy were staring at Mingyao's Lincoln limousine with jealousy so intense that they could spit fire out of their eyes. She must be the one who jumped into young Master Su's arms. Who doesn't know how to do that? If young Master Su met me first, she wouldn't be able to do anything. The bridesmaid, Mu Yunqing, was also in the motorcade. She snorted with jealousy. Her boyfriend wasn't bad, and his family was worth $1 billion or so. But compared to Su Shiji, he was like a bumpkin. The group of young ladies in her carriage all had their eyes darting around. They thought that their family background, appearance, and figure weren't inferior to Mingyao's. They were already thinking about how to get close to Su Shiji. Su Shiji wasn't an ordinary man. He must have many wives and concubines. Plus, his private life was very messy. How could he not eat fish? Even if she became a concubine or just slept with him, she would have a chance to replace Mengyao. In big families like this, it was often the case that the mistress or the concubine killed the main wife. Uncle Meng, how's the traffic control? In a slightly low-key Audi in the convoy, Du Mingtao looked at a middle-aged man in a police uniform with a complicated expression and asked. Mengyao used to be his girlfriend, and they'd slept together a couple of times. He was so close to being her boyfriend, but Mengyao had dumped him so heartlessly. And now, he had to pretend that he didn't care about anything. It was so frustrating. Young Master Mingtao, don't worry. It's done. The motorcade's route has been closed half an hour earlier. The middle-aged man was Meng Xianzhou, the captain of the Jinling traffic control team. He quickly nodded and smiled. Oh, that's good. As long as Meng Yao is satisfied and Su Shiji doesn't miss me, my dad said that you'll be the deputy director. Du Mingtao said. Heh, young Master Mingtao, how can I not help you? Look at our relationship. Meng Xianzhou was overjoyed and said politely. Actually, there was something he didn't say. He couldn't say it out loud. He didn't help out of selfishness. In fact, it was official business. Cooperating with Su Shiji's wedding with the Chu clan, leaving Su Shiji with a good impression of the business environment, and making new contributions to attract investment, was an order personally issued by the secretary. Meng Yao, on the other hand, was sitting in the car, holding Su Shiji's fat hand. She was so touched that tears filled her eyes. Jie, I've only seen such a grand wedding in my dreams. Tell me, is this all real? At this moment, she felt that she was the happiest person in the world. Her vanity was greatly satisfied. There were only 2 cars in House Zhang's funeral procession. One of them was Old Ghost's coffin, and the other was a Jinbei car. It was Jiang Tian and some important guest's car. As for Qin Zhong and the other masters of Yanjing, they didn't have the right to send them off. Sitting in the car, Jiang Tian hugged Jiang Weiner, who was holding a portrait of the deceased. Jiang Weiner asked with red eyes, Cousin, when will Grandpa Old Ghost wake up? He's so sleepy. She didn't want to accept the death of Ghost's kick. Her family also said that Grandpa Old Ghost was just sleeping. When you grow up, he might wake up. Jiang Tian said with a bitter smile. Old Ghost died very suddenly. Even his divine soul was instantly destroyed. In fact, if there were remnants of his soul, Jiang Tian could collect and nourish it with a Dharma artifact. When the time was right, he could even help him rebuild his body. But in this case, no matter how powerful Jiang Tian was, there was nothing he could do. This was the eternal separation between heaven and man. Why is the car driving so slowly? Yi Ziwei frowned and looked at Jiang Chao, who was driving the car. I heard that someone is holding a wedding. Many roads in the city are blocked. Although we didn't run into them, the traffic today is not very good. We can't go fast. Jiang Chao said with a sad look. With his original arrogant, despotic, and heartless personality, Jiang Chao would never get involved in such unlucky matters. But experience made people grow. He was no longer the sloppy person he used to be. Every day, he either did some work in the group or practiced hard with his grandpa and sister Ziwei. He already understood the importance of family unity. He didn't have the right to carry the coffin, but he insisted on driving. He said that Grandpa Old Ghost was kind and died for the Jiang family. He wanted to send Grandpa Old Ghost on his last journey. Suddenly, the traffic light turned red. The road in front was blocked. Jiang Chao slammed the steering wheel and said angrily, "What I'm afraid of is happening. There's a traffic control in front." The red light stopped all the cars in the east and west direction. There were fewer and fewer cars in the north and south direction, but the red light was still on. A few police motorcycles sped over. A few police officers jumped off and gestured for them to stop. They waited for half an hour. The traffic was blocked like a pot of porridge. The drivers didn't want to wait anymore. They were all cursing other people's ancestors 100 times. Just as Yi Ziwei was about to go down and ask, a few helicopters suddenly flew past in the sky with a banner with a few words written on it. Congratulations to Mr. Su Shiji and Chu Mengyao on their wedding. Chapter 495. A deafening wedding march came from the north-south ring road. Many office workers poked their heads out of their office windows. What's going on? What's with all that noise? Can't we work? Seriously, they're even more troublesome than a plaza dancer. There was a luxury car in front, followed by a Bentley with Su Shiji and Ming Yao's wedding photo on it. Behind it was a never-ending line of cars, all of them flashing their lights as they slowly made their way over. This fleet of cars still hadn't passed even after 10 minutes. What the hell? They're messing up the whole of Jinling. Jiang Chao was furious. But Jiang Tian's face was calm, and he didn't dare cause trouble on Old Ghost's funeral. He could only honk. Some drivers responded immediately, honking their horns to show their anger. For a moment, the whole street was filled with the sound of horns. Several people pointed at the driver and scolded him, but it was of no use. An ambulance stopped at the traffic light, and a doctor got down and ran to the front to beg. "Comrade, can you let us pass? There's a pregnant woman here who went into premature labor, and she's bleeding a lot. She needs to go to a hospital for surgery." With an awkward expression, he said, "That's not easy. Most of the cars on the ring road belong to the Su family. Let's wait, it'll be over in half an hour." "Comrade, we really can't wait. The pregnant woman will die in half an hour, and there won't be enough blood bags." The doctor and the pregnant woman's family were so worried that tears were coming out of their eyes. They were about to kneel down. A few drivers got out of their cars and smoked to relieve their boredom, but they were a little annoyed at the words. They all went up to negotiate with them. "How can you do this? A human life is more important than the sky. Even if House Su is holding a wedding, they can't stop the ambulance. They're going to kill someone. House Su is human, but the pregnant woman isn't? That's 2 lives. Get out of the way. What are you waiting for? Look at the pregnant woman's husband. He's already kneeling down, and you still won't let us pass? Do you have any humanity left?" At first, the negotiation was still relatively restrained, but as time passed, and the family's cries got louder and louder, the drivers started losing their cool, and both sides started shouting at each other. "Grandpa, what should we do? I heard that the Su clan and the Chu clan have a few hundred cars, and they're driving at a slow speed. It'll take them half an hour to get there. Why don't we call them? We can't let Mr. Old Ghost stay on the road all the time." Yi Ziwei asked with a frown after hanging up the phone. Jiang Changing had always been a gentleman. He was gentle, courteous, and modest. The old man waved his hand and said, "Everyone, stay calm. Although the death of a person is important, today is their big day. This is a once-in-a-lifetime occasion. We can't let them feel unlucky. Let's wait for a while. Then what about our family's face? They said they wanted to hold a grand funeral for Mr. Old Ghost, but now they are blocked by people and can't go out. Look at them, they are still noisily playing. We common people are happy today." "Happy, Mayas? Won't it be a joke if word gets out?" Jiang Bangxia muttered angrily. "Face is not important. We must let that old ghost pass away peacefully and peacefully." Hearing this, the old man frowned and reprimanded, "Is it okay to fight with people at Mr. Old Ghost's funeral, or provoke the Su clan to curse Old Ghost? Just wait." The old man was very authoritative. Since he said so, no one had anything to say. At this time, everyone heard the commotion at the traffic light intersection. Yi Ziwei took a look and muttered, "What's going on? They're fighting?" Jiang Chao, who had run to the front to see the situation, quickly ran over from the intersection to report. He cursed angrily, "There's a pregnant woman in the ambulance. She has premature labor, dystocia, and massive bleeding, but they won't let her pass. Fuck them." The speaker didn't mean it, but the listener took it seriously. Jiang Changing had been a doctor for decades. He was a good doctor and had noble medical ethics. He had always regarded human life as more important than the sky. Hearing this, the old man immediately swung his sleeves and got out of the car. He walked forward with his hands behind his back and said, "I'll go take a look." Jiang Chao hurriedly helped the old man over. Everyone wanted to accompany him, but the old man turned around and said, "You all sit in the car and wait. The traffic will be fine in a while. It takes time to get in and out of the car." Who would have thought that something would happen after the old man left? When the doctor saw Jiang Changing coming over, he was immediately shocked. "Old man, why are you here?" When he was studying at Jinling Medical School, Jiang Changing had given a few lectures on Chinese medicine. Although he was in the emergency department, he had a deep impression of Jiang Changing and knew that the old man's medical skills were amazing. "I'll go take a look at the patient." Jiang Changing walked directly to the ambulance. The doctor hurriedly said, "Okay, you can do it." After the old man went over, he massaged the acupoints and stopped the bleeding. Jiang Changing wiped his hands with a wet towel and sighed. "The mother is fine, but the child might not be saved. Also, send her to the hospital as soon as possible. We can't wait any longer. After getting out of the ambulance, he turned to Jiang Chao and scolded, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and talk to them." Jiang Chao had a fiery temper. Since the old man had spoken, he couldn't be polite. He pointed at them arrogantly and shouted, "Hurry up and get out of the way. Are you blind? Can't you see that the convoy is still here?" The higher-ups have already said that if the convoy doesn't go over, then none of you are allowed to go over. Young Master Jie is blocking the road. No one is allowed to pass. This is the Su family's convoy. Who dares to barge in? Just you wait. He didn't give them any face and spoke arrogantly. It was as if they were superior just because they were working for the Su family. What if someone dies? Can you guys take responsibility for it? It's fine if you block the road for the dead, but you can't block the road for the living, right? Are you wicked or not? Why are you bullying us? Old man, if you have the ability, why don't you talk to our head captain, Meng Xianzhou? They saw that the old man had a head full of silver hair and was wearing a black robe. He seemed to have a dignified aura, so they thought that he should have some status. Thus, they rebutted him in a neither soft nor hard manner, pushing all the responsibility away. How dare you? Is this still the world of the people? Jiang Changing couldn't believe it and roared, "We're all ordinary people. Can't you put yourself in my shoes? Come on, poor old man. Aren't you just a doctor? Don't talk nonsense. If you have the guts, go and block the Su family's convoy. Let's see if you dare." Faced with Jiang Changing's questioning, they didn't care at all and mocked him with disdain. Fine, fine, fine. You guys are awesome. The Su family is awesome. When Jiang Chao heard the auxiliary police officers insulting the old man, his temper flared up. When the Jiang family was only a few billion yuan, he could do whatever he wanted in Jinling. He would trample on anyone he saw. If he didn't agree with him, he would fight. If he could fight, he wouldn't talk nonsense and caused countless trouble. Not to mention that the Jiang family was now one of the top families in Jinling. Not to mention that the Jiang family now had a monster like Jiang Tian. He was very confident. This guy coquettishly held a cigarette in his mouth and pointed at them. "I'll show you who's awesome and how I'm going to get through. Come out." He strode to a private car, opened the door, and dragged the driver out. The driver was confused. "Brother, what are you doing?" "I'm going to crash into them." Jiang Chao seemed very calm, but his slightly trembling right hand had exposed his anger. "Crash into them? Awesome. I've wanted to crash into them for a long time." The driver gave him a thumbs up and looked at him with reverence. Then he was stunned and even more confused. "But why did you pull me out? Crash into them with your car. My car is behind. I can't drive over. So, I can only use your car." Jiang Chao sat in the car. "Warrior, hero. How can you do that? You'd better calm down. Actually, I'm even angrier than you, but it's too expensive." The driver was shocked. He reached out to stop the car and begged. "The price of your car roof should be 200,000 yuan, right? I'll give you 250,000 yuan. Give me your card number." Jiang Chao said domineeringly. "There's such a good deal." The driver was skeptical, but he still took out his bank card. Next to him, Jiang Xianxia, who had arrived in time, grabbed it and opened his mobile banking account. In 3 minutes, 250,000 yuan was transferred to his account. The driver moved aside to cheer and applaud. In the exclamations of many drivers and onlookers, Jiang Chao stepped on the accelerator and changed gears continuously. The speed of the car rose steadily. With a few clangs, the two motorcycles flew out 10 meters away. The two super sports cars were hit to the side and almost flipped over. Jiang Chao stopped the car in the middle of the road between the north and south passageways. He pulled out the key and got off the car. He threw the key into the sewage outlet and waved his hand. "Ambulance, go. Well done. Kill them. Awesome. That's how it should be done. Evil people need evil people to deal with evil people." "What are you talking about? This young man is trying to save people, okay? He's definitely a good person. Come on, I still have a car here. Buy mine. The original price is fine. No increase in price. Crash into them. I've been annoyed by them for a long time. The onlookers didn't care about the situation. The drivers were jubilant, applauding and cheering. They all regarded Jiang Chao as a hero. Some of them even took photos with their mobile phones. Someone was trying to kill Su Shiji's team. It was definitely big news. As a witness, they could brag for half a year. Chapter 496. Thank you, thank you. The pregnant woman's family was moved to tears and kept kowtowing to Jiang Chao and Jiang Chongqing to thank them. Go, go! Jiang Chongqing waved his hand. They got into the ambulance and sped away. Jiang Chao did the same thing and bought 3 private cars on the spot. He rammed all the police motorcycles that were blocking the road into scrap metal and blocked the north and south lanes of the ring road. Immediately, the east and west lanes were unobstructed. Go forward. Are you afraid of being fined for running a red light? I'll pay. Go, 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 10,000 yuan per person. Fuck, it's just a competition of money. I'm afraid of you. Jiang Chao took Jiang Bangxia's purse and handed out money to the drivers in front of the hearse. Each person had a knife and a 100 yuan bill tied up firmly. It was 10,000 yuan. It was arrogant and domineering. Awesome. So bright. Domineering. Which family are you from? So awesome. On the east-west passage, the drivers were jubilant as if it was the new year. The cars started one after another. That old man looks familiar? He seems to be Jiang Chongqing from the Medicine King group. It's really him. Oh, the Jiang family is so domineering. They are rich. The Jiang family is good. They are fighting with the Su family to save people. Then why do we need money? Let's go. The old man had appeared at the new product launch that caused a sensation in Wuxia. Many drivers recognized him at once and felt that the old man and Jiang Chao's back were tall and mighty. No one wanted money anymore. They started their cars one after another. It was just a 200 yuan ticket. They could just do it. They had to support the Jiang family's righteous act. They blocked the bridal convoy? At this moment, Meng Xianzhou arrived after receiving the report. He was furious when he saw the scene. The blue veins on his forehead bulged. He screwed up. Such a glorious task fell on his head, but he screwed it up and failed to live up to the leader's trust. How could he explain it to Director Du, the municipal committee, and the Su family? His face was so gloomy that water could be wrung out. He pointed at Jiang Chao and scolded, "You damaged a police vehicle. It's illegal and criminal." He roared at several auxiliary police officers, "What are you waiting for? Hurry up and arrest him." Several auxiliary police officers immediately rushed forward. Jiang Chao threw out a series of punches and kicks, knocking them down to the ground in no time. The few auxiliary police officers didn't have a high salary. When they saw Jiang Chao being so ruthless, they immediately cowered. They lay on the ground and pretended to be dead, never getting up again. Jiang Chao approached the pale and panic-stricken Meng Xianzhou and gave him a series of slaps across the face, causing Meng Xianzhou to faint. Throughout the entire process, Jiang Chao had been holding a cigarette in his mouth, but the long ash still hadn't fallen from his cigarette. It was simply too cool. He arrogantly pointed at Meng Xianzhou and said in a loud voice, "Catch me? Try grabbing one. Look carefully, I am from the Jiang family of the Medicine King. Jiang Tian is my brother. Go and ask around." The Medicine King is from the Jiang family? Meng Xianzhou, who was about to throw a tantrum, shivered in fright when he heard this. "Ouch, I'm dizzy." He covered his head and pretended to be dead on the ground. The Medicine King was from the Jiang family. Even the leaders had a say in it. A small officer like him didn't dare to offend them. He couldn't afford to offend either side. It was better to play dead. Even if you gods fought, it had nothing to do with me. I was already injured in the line of duty. Jiang Tian's brother? However, Du Mingtao, who was hiding in the Audi, rolled his eyes when he heard this. He immediately opened the door and got out of the car. He then ran toward the extended Lincoln wedding car. Su Shiji and Meng Yao sat in the limousine, going around the city unimpeded. There were traffic police blocking the road at every intersection and drivers honking their horns. Why are the people honking? Meng Yao asked curiously. She felt like she was an ancient princess patrolling the city. It was great and satisfying. It's probably the people congratulating us. Su Shiji nodded and praised. The officials in Jinling are good. They know how to do things. The investment environment is not bad. And it should be Du Min's family who arranged it. Du Mingtao is personally in charge today. You should use him more in the future. Of course. He's very capable. Ask him to come to Yanjing for the wedding and get to know him. Su Shiji nodded. But suddenly, the road ahead was blocked. The wedding procession was cut in half from the middle, and the cars behind could not move at all. Instead, cars from the east and west sped past, not fearing the red lights and traffic police. There was even a hearse that wanted to drive past, playing low mournful music. Bad luck. Su Shiji frowned, his face dark. At this moment, Du Mingtao came to report. Someone drove past the police motorcycles blocking the road and stopped in the middle of the road, blocking our cars. It's House Jiang from Jinling. Master Jia, they're the local tyrant. We can't afford to offend them. House Jiang from Jinling? I can't afford to offend them? Local tyrant? I'm a dragon crossing the river. As expected, Su Shiji fell for his provocation. His face became even gloomier as he sneered, full of disdain. The beautiful assistant behind him said in shock, Master Jia, could it be that someone is trying to kidnap you? Where's the police? Why aren't they coming? Bodyguard Dragon, who was in the front passenger seat, said calmly, Master Jia, I'll go take a look. But go. Su Shiji nodded reservedly. Dragon was his chief bodyguard. He used to be the ace instructor of the Delta Special Forces in the United States and had carried out several top-secret missions. His father, Su Tianyun, had spent millions of yuan to hire him. Dragon had been with Su Tianyun for more than 10 years. He was loyal, knowledgeable, and experienced. He was good at dealing with all kinds of troublesome conflicts. If Su Tianyun hadn't recently hired an iron body martial artist from the Qin family as a bodyguard, he wouldn't have given this expert to his son. Su Shiji was relieved with him taking care of things. After Dragon got out of the car, he blew the whistle. Immediately, dozens of burly men scattered in the dozens of wedding cars came out. Young Master Jia's personal bodyguards were all carefully selected retired Special Forces soldiers and martial arts school graduates. They were all at least 185 meters tall, with broad shoulders and round waists. They had a strong temperament and were proficient in grappling, combat, driving, shooting, computer, secretarial, and wubi. They were all comprehensive talents. Regardless of wind or rain, day or night, they usually wore a black suit and black trousers. They wore a pair of super black sunglasses and had an air microphone behind their ears. They were so cool that they didn't have any friends. Surrounded by a group of bodyguards, Long Wei walked in all directions with a majestic gait. With a solemn expression, he walked to the front of the hearse and blocked its path. Get out of the car. Dragon was a man of few words. Jiang Chao suppressed his anger and got out of the car. He walked forward and frowned. What do you want? Move your car. I can't move it and I don't have time to move it. I threw the car keys into the sewer. If you want to move it, go get it yourself. Get out of the way. A good dog doesn't block the way. Jiang Chao held a cigarette in his mouth and blew out smoke. He tilted his head and looked at him. Do you know that a soldier king can't be humiliated? Dragon was furious. He glared at Chen Xiaobei and exuded a murderous aura. His murderous aura was not faked. It was tempered from walking through mountains of corpses and seas of blood. It was extremely frightening. Soldier king? Fuck, you've been reading too many YY novels, haven't you? Jiang Chao was unperturbed. He even wanted to laugh. Many soldier kings had attacked the Jiang family in the past, but they were all slaughtered by Brother Tian and Qing'er's wife. They were chopped up like vegetables. Soldier king? Soldier king my ass. Kid, you're really arrogant. Dragon sneered coldly and said, I'll give you 10 seconds to think about it. If you don't leave, I'll break your legs. He raised his hand and looked at his Hamilton waterproof Frogman watch, pretending to be serious. No need for 10 seconds. Just 1 second. Jiang Chao raised his leg and kicked the dragon in the chest at lightning speed. Everyone saw a blur. Dragon's 200-pound body flew more than 10 meters away like a scarecrow. He crashed into a big tree by the roadside and broke it. It's broken, it's broken. A few of his friends rushed forward and saw Dragon slowly falling down. He spat out blood and his body twitched. He had lost his fighting strength in an instant. Oh my God, my fighting strength is so amazing? I've only trained with Grandpa for 2 or 3 months. My brother Tian's techniques are too awesome, right? But this won't kill me, right? When Jiang Chao made his move, he scared himself. In fact, his cultivation was only equivalent to the late stage of Iron Body. In front of Jiang Tian, he was nothing. However, when he encountered an expert like Dragon who had never cultivated before, it was as easy as cutting a melon and cutting vegetables. Brother Dragon, what happened to you? Get rid of this kid. Seeing Dragon spitting out blood, the bodyguards were furious. Their eyes were red. They waved their batons and rushed toward Jiang Chao. Dozens of burly men attacked together. It was a vast group of people. Their momentum was astonishing. But it only took Jiang Chao 5 minutes to defeat them. A T-type baton made entirely of polycarbonate material that was taken from the bodyguard's hands was whipped horizontally across the bodyguard's body. The bodyguard fell down without a sound. Everyone's eyes were wide open, and they even forgot to cheer and cheer. This action was too damn straightforward. There was no sloppiness at all. It was a real move to defeat the enemy. A bunch of weaklings. Jiang Chao suppressed the excitement in his heart. He lit up a cigarette, shook his hair, and walked directly to the car. He was in a good mood. But at this moment, Dragon got up and took out a black pistol from his waist. He pointed it at Jiang Chao and said angrily, "Kneel down, fuck." Jiang Chao's heart suddenly tightened. His mouth trembled, and the cigarette rolled to the ground in fear. According to Grandpa, I can't take a bullet head-on with my cultivation. But can I? I haven't tried it. This fight alarmed many people. Tang Bao and other young ladies, who had been tortured and teased in the wedding car, got out of the car and came to watch. Mu Yunqing, who was in the crowd, was shocked. Isn't this Jiang Chao from the Jiang family? Why is the Jiang family holding a funeral? I didn't hear any obituary. The Jiang family. The Jiang family of the Medicine King group. As soon as these words came out, the whole audience was shocked. Many of the young masters were shocked as they stared at Jiang Chao and the dragon in the arena. When 2 tigers fought, one was bound to be injured. Everyone knew that today's matter was out of control. Chapter 497. In the past 2 years, the Jiang family of Jinling had become the center of attention in Jinling's upper-class society. The Jiang family's every move attracted everyone's attention. Previously, the Jiang family had joined forces with Wall Street to defeat the 3 major families of Jinling and became one of the top families in Jinling. Their market value had exceeded 100 billion yuan. This year, they had defeated TKM in South Korea and shocked the world. The Medicine King Group's products were sold in Southeast Asia and East Asia. Mu Yunqing and Yi Ziwei were best friends. Although she felt a little uncomfortable that the Jiang family didn't invite her to the funeral, she still went up and tried to persuade them. Mr. Zhao, put away your pistol. They are from the Jiang family of Jinling. We can't afford to offend them. Next to him, the luxuriously dressed young master Yan Yi advised, That's right, Mr. Zhao, the dead should be respected. Put away your gun. Then he whispered, This is someone from the Jiang family of Jinling. You know about the Medicine King group, right? Okay, I'll give you face. I'll report this to young Master Jie. Zhao Jinlong was shocked when he heard that. He put away his pistol and signaled to his subordinates to speak into the walkie-talkie. The Jiang family of Jinling? The Medicine King group. He had heard those 2 words often. He might be able to afford to offend his master, but as a servant, he couldn't afford to offend them. Many of the bodyguards who received his signal each drove a bridal car and blocked in front of the hearse. blocking it completely. In the crowd, Su Lai, the young master of Hongji Electronics, was shocked when he saw this. He said, "Fuck, they're going against the Jiang family." "Ha, isn't that great? Why are we siding with young Master Jia?" Chen Chunlong, who had the temperament of a hero, smiled meaningfully with a cigarette in his mouth. He looked like he was waiting to watch a good show. Chen Chunlong's attitude toward this matter was representative of the Jiang family. The Jiang family's development was too fast. The Chen family and the Li family were both established families in Jinling. They were even older than the Nie Zhanghai family. However, the Jiang family had caught up with them and was already suppressing them. What made Chen Chunlong and the others even angrier was that the Jiang family had invited Tang Xiaozi, Bai Choufei, Tai Ming Huang, Yi Gufeng, and other cooperating families. These clans were cooperating with the Jiang family, but they were competitors with the Jiang family. In the business war, the Jiang family was unable to fight back. Therefore, many members of the upper-class society in Jinling City were angry, hateful, and afraid of the Jiang family. They hoped that someone could suppress the Jiang family. Su Shiji and Mingyao's marriage gave them a glimmer of hope. After all, Su Shiji's father was the richest man in Huaxia. Su Tianyun was also a member of the CPPCC, a representative of the NPC, and a great philanthropist. Besides, they lived in Yanjin and had a good relationship with many red families. Their wealth, connections, and resources weren't something the Jiang family could compare with. These young masters were all shrewd people. Hearing this, Su Lai immediately understood. He pulled Yanyi back and whispered, "Yanyi, don't worry about it. With Su Shiji present, do you think it's your turn to speak up?" At this moment, many young masters and socialites also understood that the Jiang family was holding a funeral. They had probably waited for too long and couldn't wait any longer, so they started fighting with Su Shiji's procession. No matter how strong the Jiang family is, I'm afraid they are no match for Su Shiji. Yeah, Su Shiji is the number one on the rich list. The chairman of the Medicine King Corporation, Zhang Wanqing, is only ranked 10th. How can they compare to the Su family? They are definitely no match for them. Who knows, today might be the day the Jiang family is destroyed. The Su family isn't something that Nie Zhanghai and the others can compare to back then. But Jiang Chao already beat someone up. They are in trouble now. For a moment, they all looked like they were watching a good show. They whispered to each other and discussed with excitement in their eyes. At this moment, under the escort of Yi Ziwei, Jiang Bangxia, Jiang Lin, Tang Xiaozi, Bai Choufei, Tai Ming Huang, and Su Ruoqing, Jiang Tian opened the door of the Jinbei bus and walked out. Isn't this Jiang Tian, the playboy of the Jiang family? How can he suppress Jiang Bangxia and Jiang Lin? Moreover, it seems like even Su Ruoqing is respectful to him. She's following behind him like a little wife? Many young masters and socialites were puzzled. Ever since Jiang Tian returned to Jinling, he had kept a low profile and rarely participated in any kind of celebrity gatherings. Even the new drug conference was led by Yi Ziwei. In the minds of many young masters, Jiang Tian was still that useless playboy who was just waiting to die. Who died in the Jiang family. He actually participated in the funeral procession in person. Seeing this scene, Mu Yunqing was shocked. Others might not know, but she was close to Yi Ziwei and knew Jiang Tian too well. In her mind, Jiang Tian was a fierce existence who could suppress Su Zhenlei. If Jiang Tian personally attended the funeral, then the matter would definitely be blown out of proportion. Jiang Tian walked over as if there was no one around. He looked at Zhao Jinlong and said indifferently, "You are a dog blocking the road. My brother is right. Do you know the rules? Hurry up and tell your people to get lost." "What did you say?" Zhao Jinlong's face was filled with anger. He raised his gun and pointed it at Jiang Tian. A cold light flashed. Zhao Jinlong's arm was broken and blood gushed out. He was also kicked away. He fell to the ground and screamed miserably, rolling all over the ground. Su Ruoqing, who was wearing a black leather coat, had an intimidating temperament. She was like an unsheathed sword. She shook off the residual blood on her dagger and scolded sternly, When you saw Master Kong come out, why didn't you scum hurry up and retreat? Well, he is Jiangbei Master Kong. The Master Kong who fought with a master from Moling Lake and Russia last time. I heard that even the Jinling military region, the Supreme Staff Department, and the Provincial Party Committee were watching that battle. But isn't he the playboy of the Jiang family? How did he become Master Kong? It must be him. Except for Master Kong, who can stand in front of the Queen of Jinling, Su Ruoqing? Many young masters and ladies were frightened and looked at the young man in a black suit in the crowd in disbelief. Master Kong of Jiangbei had become a legend. Before Jiang Tian returned to Jinling, his name had already spread throughout Jinling. Rumor had it that he had killed Wei Shuofeng of Lingnan. The Tang family, the Tai family, the Bai family and many other families of Lingnan had submitted to him. Many people considered him to be on the same level as Su Zhenlei of Jinling. In the end, after he returned to Jinling, he helped the Jiang family eliminate the 3 major families of Jinling. He directly burned down the families and killed many people. Many people thought that Master Kong of Jiangbei was a distant relative of the Jiang family, but they had never thought that he was Jiang Tian. Right, Master Kong of Jiangbei? Didn't Jiang Tian marry into Linzhou City? Linzhou City is in Jiangbei. I get it now. Jiang Tian is Master Kong of Jiangbei. Li Xiangfeng, the young master of Tianxiang Entertainment, adjusted his gold-rimmed glasses and was the first to figure out the key points. I see. That's it. No wonder the Jiang family was able to recruit the forces of Lingnan. No wonder the 3 major families of Jinling died so miserably. The forces of Lingnan were after Jiang Tian. Yan Yi exclaimed and then said, I'm afraid that Su Shiji will have no choice but to back down. This Master Kong is too ruthless. Back then, Nie Zhanghai and Sun Lingyu's clans were extremely arrogant and overbearing. However, Nie Feng was skinned alive by Grandmaster Jiang. Nie clan, Chen clan, Sun clan, and other clans were all wiped out. Not a single person escaped. Master Kong of Jiangbei was said to be a terrifying existence that could wipe out entire families. I don't think so, Li Xiangfeng shook his head and said calmly, Master Kong is very popular in Jinling, Su Province and Lingnan, but Su Shiji is from Yanjin. He has the support of many powerful people in Yanjin, so he won't be afraid of Master Kong. Moreover, Su Shiji is Su Tianyun's only son and heir. He's not one of those disregarded disciples of the major families. Even though Master Kong is Zhan Long's martial arts consultant and has Tang Hongtu behind him, he's still no match for Su Shiji. He can't shake the powerful people of Yanjin. Everyone nodded in agreement. Since the major families had many descendants, it was important for them to be valued by the family. For example, in the Jiang family, Jiang Chao, the son of the mistress, and Jiang Tian and Jiang Lin couldn't be compared at all. Su Shiji was Su Tianyun's only son, the crown prince. His appearance represented the entire Su family of Yanjin. This kind of heavy pressure was not something that anyone could bear. At this moment, Chen Chunlong sneered and said something shocking. This time, it's not just Su Shiji. Su Shiji's groomsman's so-called young Master Qin is the truly terrifying one. He's from the Qin family, one of the 7 big families in Beijing. Qin family? What Qin family? Are they powerful? Yan Yi turned around and asked. A trace of imperceptible contempt flashed through Chen Chunlong's eyes. After all, the Yan family had only risen for a few decades, and the company controlled only 20 billion in assets. It was still far from the level of a martial arts family. However, Yan Yi was still a good friend of his, so he patiently explained, that's right. The Qin family is powerful and glorious. It's not something we can imagine. Let's put it this way. Not even Su Zhenlei of Jinlin City can compare to the Qin family. Even Yi Wudao, the martial arts master of Jiangzhe, is far behind them. The Yi family has to pay tribute to the Qin family every year. Yi Wudao. They might not know about the Qin family in Yanjin. However, Jiangzhe and Jiangzhe bordered each other, and the name of Yi Wudao was like thunder to everyone's ears. The Yi family of Zhejiang province had been in power for hundreds of years. Yi Wudao, as a grandmaster of martial arts, had dominated Jinling, Zhejiang Province, and Zhonghai for decades. No one dared to disobey him. Every year, the clan lords would visit Leaf Daodenir. To them, Leaf Daodenir was like an emperor, high and mighty. Damn, is the Qin family of Yanjin so powerful that even Yi Wudao can't afford to offend them? Everyone was shocked. Even Qin Shaoxiong is here. The Jiang family is in big trouble. The Qin family is one of the top martial arts families in Yanjin. They're not ordinary people. A young master shook his head and sighed. Chapter 498. Yanjing's young master Qin Shaoxiong. Oh my God, is he the devil of House Qin? A rich beauty who knew about the forces in Yanjin covered her mouth with fear in her eyes. That's him. Chen Chunlong nodded. Who knows, today might be the day House Jiang falls. Yeah, House Jiang of Jinling has been strong for 2 to 3 years, and now they've finally met their match. Many young masters and socialites were excited. The rise of any new force would be ostracized by the old forces, not to mention House Jiang's strong and glorious rise. It could be said that House Jiang had Jiang Tian, a master who could easily kill people, and that was too scary. Many families in Jinling were in danger, and they all hoped that House Jiang would fall sooner. In the crowd, Mu Yunqing was more and more shocked. Was Jiang Tian a match for Su Shiji and Qin Shaoxiong? This was a top martial arts family from Yanjing. No matter how capable Jiang Tian was, he was just a small fry in Jinling. Jiang Tian didn't care about these discussions. Let's go. Seeing the bodyguards in black moving away after Su Ruoqing cut off Zhao Jinlong's arm, he slowly walked towards the hearse. At this moment, an arrogant voice sounded. A mere battle dragon's martial arts consultant dares to hit my people? Are you tired of living? Jiang Tian frowned slightly and turned back to see Mu Yunqing pulling Meng Yao, who was wearing a wedding dress, anxiously trying to persuade her. A young man in a suit with makeup on his face walked over arrogantly with both hands in his pockets. He had a disdainful smile on his face, but his eyes were extremely dark. Tang Bao, whose face was still red, looked at Jiang Tian with a gloating expression, as if Jiang Tian was already a dead man. Before Jiang Tian could say anything, Meng Yao broke free from Mu Yunqing's pull and walked over quickly. Her eyes were red as she waved her hands and said angrily, Jiang Tian, just because I abandoned you in university, you're going against me again and again? You took care of the Xia family, you scared Du Mingtao half to death, and now? Are you jealous of me because I married well, and my husband is richer and more capable than you? Do you have to make things difficult for us on my wedding day? Huh? What? Am I jealous of your husband? Jiang Tian was dumbfounded, but he couldn't be bothered to argue with him. Forget it. Since it's your wedding day, let's both take a step back and let this matter rest. Let's go our separate ways. With that, Jiang Tian turned around and walked towards the hearse. Don't go. My husband is Su Shiji. His father, Su Tianyun, is the richest man in Wuxia real estate, and also the richest man on the Forbes list. But Jiang Tian's retreat was seen as a sign of fear in Meng Yao's eyes. She couldn't hold back against her husband, and her sharp tongue shot out again. Do you think you can affect my mood with these little tricks? Despicable, shameless person. Ever since she realized how powerful Jiang Tian was, Meng Yao was very unhappy. Shock, regret, dejection, depression. All kinds of negative emotions completely enveloped her like a dark cloud. Her life was completely dark, without a trace of sunlight. Maybe it was because she had been suppressing it for too long, but now that she had let it all out, she actually felt a little happy and carefree. She looked at Jiang Tian's back with disdain and mockery, curling her lips. I won't argue with you. Just like how I won't argue with an ant's bite. Because even if you struggle your whole life, you still can't compare to my husband. He can crush your Jiang family with a single finger. She had the confidence to say this. House Su wasn't just a simple real estate family, but the white glove of House Qin in Yanjing. House Qin in Yanjing, on the other hand, was a real martial arts family with a high status. She once saw Qin Shaoxiong reprimand a governor in a private gathering, and the governor didn't even dare to refute, even giving a weak explanation. She also heard that the head of House Qin, Qin Zhong, came out and reprimanded Qin Shaoxiong with a few fake words. It was obvious that he didn't really put this governor in his eyes. So what if Jiang Tian knew martial arts? So what if he was Zhan Long's martial arts consultant? So what if he was Master Kong? Could he be compared to a governor? Could he be compared to House Qin? The difference between them and House Su was too big. Master Kong, is it? I've heard of your name, and I heard that you're doing quite well in Lingnan Su province. Su Shiji strolled over and put his arm around his new wife's shoulder. He sneered with disdain. Tang Xiaozi, by Chofei, those good-for-nothings are following you, but you better apologize to me and my wife immediately. Do you know who I am? You want me to apologize to you? Jiang Tian, who turned a deaf ear to Mingyao's outburst, finally stopped and turned around, looking at Su Shiji with interest. Su Shiji didn't say anything. Mu Yunqin quickly came over to smooth things over. Jiang Tian, this is the young master of House Su in Yanjing, Su Shiji. He's the young master of Irong Group and the young master of House Qin in Yanjing, Qin Shaoxiong, are friends. Young Master Qin came to his wedding this time as well. Young Master Jia, you just came to Jinling and don't know about your strength and influence, so don't be angry. This is all a misunderstanding. Mengyao, you misunderstood. House Jiang really did send someone for the funeral. She pulled Mengyao and said anxiously and sincerely. Jinling's rule is that the dead are the most important, and seeing a coffin is a good thing. It means seeing officials and wealth and getting promoted and getting rich. First, you have to avoid and let the dead pass first. Second, the bride has to throw out money, which means to avoid disaster and get rid of bad luck. This isn't an unsolvable problem, so why do you have to fight to the death with Jiang Tian? She could vaguely feel how terrifying Jiang Tian's strength was and how explosive his temper was. Rumor had it that Nie Feng was skinned alive by him, and the three major houses of House Nie were annihilated. So, she hoped that Jiang Tian would give face to House Qin in Yanjing and have some scruples. She also hoped that Su Shiji and Mengyao would stop while they were ahead. Yanjing House Qin? Jiang Tian furrowed his eyebrows, deep in thought. He had heard of Su Tianyun before, but had never interacted with him. However, one of Qin Zhong's sons was Qin Zongheng, and he had seen him on the Great Dongya. He was here for the funeral as well. Could the Qin Shaoxiong they were talking about be Qin Zhong's son as well? From Su Shiji's point of view, Jiang Tian's frowning and pondering expression showed that he was scared. Instantly, he became even more arrogant and despotic. He cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Tian and said with a face full of disdain, "You're Zhan Long's martial arts consultant? Hee, you're really something. Under your leadership, Zhan Long is getting worse and worse. I heard that many of them were killed by the Winter Soldiers, and one of their female captains was even fired. It's no wonder that Zhan Long can get better with a piece of trash like you as their instructor." As soon as he finished speaking, many young masters looked at him with respect. So Master Kong isn't doing well in Zhan Long, as expected of a young master from Yanjing. He's well informed, and his vision is not ordinary. He knows Zhan Long like the back of his hand. That's right, we can't compare to him. Yanjing young master PK Zhan Long's martial arts consultant. Who do you think will win this time? I think Su Shiji will win. Yanjing House Qin's young master. Jiang Chao was shocked when he heard that. He didn't know that Jiang Tian had already defeated the Bai family in Yanjing and intimidated the big families in Yanjing, so he thought that he might have gotten himself into big trouble this time. He stepped forward and said, "I was the one who hit him. It has nothing to do with Master Kong. You can kill me or torture me as you wish. Go back. Don't embarrass yourself. Do you think the Jiang family will be respected if you admit defeat?" Beside him, Yi Ziwei tugged at him and reprimanded him with a frown. "It should be fine. There are a lot of people from Yanjing this time. Call Mount Fulong and find out whose son Qin Shaoxiong is. Ask him to come and claim him." While they were discussing, Jiang Tian suddenly sighed. "Why are you sighing?" Tang Bao, snorted and looked down at Jiang Tian. She said arrogantly, "You're regretting that you didn't open your eyes back then, right? Back then, the two of us wanted to rely on you at the Banana Club, but you threw us out. Now you regret it. If you hadn't been so ruthless, you would still have a chance to rely on the Su family through me and Meng Yao. You're a frog at the bottom of a well. Do you think you're so great just because you have some money? Do you think you're so great just because you can survive in a small place like Jinling? I was willing to plead for you, but you didn't give me any face back then. I won't help you." Jiang Tian couldn't be bothered with Tang Bao. He just looked at Su Shiji indifferently and said, "I'm sighing because you don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. How dare you talk nonsense in front of me when you don't even know my true identity? Even your father has to kowtow to me when he sees me, let alone an ant like you." In the past 6 months, Jiang Tian had been in the limelight and had achieved brilliant results. He killed Xiao Bin of the Russian Winter Soldier at Moling Lake, showed off his might at the Daoist Palace, chatted and laughed with the South Korean president at the South Korean Convention, and then defeated Miyamoto Genichi. Finally, he defeated the 28 Mixed Army and Air Brigades, suppressing a country by himself. Not long ago, he killed the 2 ancestral ancestors of the Bai family in Yanjin and forced the other 6 families to submit. It was understandable that the families in Jinling didn't know about these things. After all, these were top secrets that the governments of various countries strictly guarded. Basically, only the military intelligence agencies and top think tanks of various countries or the top experts in the dark world were qualified to know about them. However, the Su family was a big family in Yanjin and also the Qin family's white glove. They should have known about these secrets. It could be seen that either the Qin family had many white gloves and the Su family was just an insignificant one, or Qin Zhong didn't say anything at all. Or Su Tianyun knew but didn't like his useless son and was afraid that he would blabber. "What are you talking about? My father kowtowed to you 3 times and 9 times. Are you tired of living?" Su Shiji was furious when he heard that. His eyes almost popped out as he took a step forward and was about to push Jiang Tian away. "How dare you touch my master?" Without waiting for Jiang Tian's order, Shen Mange took a step forward and slapped him. "Get lost." But an irresistible force made Su Shiji tumble in the air like a scarecrow and fly more than 10 meters away. Chapter 499. Kacha. Su Shiji landed heavily on the windshield of a Maserati sports car, causing the rich and beautiful girl inside to scream in shock. Only then did he roll down slowly. Shen Mange and Ghost Kick protected Jiang Tian side by side. They were very close to each other, and he respected Jiang Tian even more. Seeing Su Shiji blocking the hearse and disrespecting them again and again, he decided to be merciless and hit Su Shiji until he fainted. No one knew if he was dead or alive. The whole place was dead silent. Everyone was like ducks being strangled by an invisible hand. Their mouths were wide open, but they couldn't make a sound. They didn't expect House Jiang to use such a simple and violent method to deal with Su Shiji. They were so ruthless and decisive. From the looks of it, this girl was Jiang Tian's servant or something. How could she be so violent towards Su Shiji? "Sister Mange, you're always so mighty and domineering." "Sigh, he deserves it. I seem to remember the time when I was beaten up by Sister Mange. But Su Shiji won't be so lucky. Master Kong has no interest in real estate. He won't take him in as a lackey." Tang Xiaozi, Tai Minghuang, and the others shook their heads and sighed. Shen Mange's action was as expected. They all shrugged and smiled evilly. Meng Yao was stunned at first, but then she ran to Su Shiji's side and started slapping his face. But after shouting for a long time, Su Shiji still didn't wake up. His face was bleeding profusely. It seemed that he was dead. This, Master Kong is too domineering. He just beat him up without saying anything. And it was his servant who did it. Many rich young masters and young ladies were discussing. Their faces were filled with shock and horror. "So cool. I realized that I've fallen in love with him." Some of the young ladies' eyes were shining. No one loved heroes since the beginning of time, But ambitious heroes often had a different kind of charm. In the face of Mingyao's responsibility, Jiang Tian kept tolerating them. Many of the young ladies thought that Jiang Tian was afraid of her and Su Shiji, and they looked down on Jiang Tian. But Jiang Tian didn't do anything, and once he did, he showed that he was far more powerful than the younger generation. This guy is too scary. He's so unscrupulous. With him here, the families of Jinling can't live in peace. However, Chen Chunlong and the other new 4 young masters of Jinling thought of something else and felt a chill run down their spines. Master Kong, right? Who do you think you are? How dare you lay your hands on my Qin Shaoxiong's friend? How dare you lay your hands on the lackeys of my Qin family? Brat, are you tired of living? Just when everyone had their own thoughts and were discussing animatedly, along with a strange shout, the crowd parted like a tide and opened up a path with fear in their eyes. Kneel down and apologize, kowtow to me a few times, call me grandpa, and maybe I'll let you go. Qin Shaoxiong swaggered over. His face was so dark that water could be wrung out. He looked at Jiang Tian sharply. Qin Shaoxiong was very unhappy. Everyone knew that House Su was the representative of House Qin. Slapping Su Shiji's face was the same as slapping his own face. He's the young master of House Qin, one of the 7 great families in Yanjing. Master Kong is in danger this time. Aura? Is this the aura of a martial artist? I felt like I was suffocating when he appeared. He's so strong. Seeing Qin Shaoxiong reprimanding Jiang Tian, everyone's eyes were filled with fear and excitement. The scales in their hearts tilted again. I heard that Master Kong is a martial artist. All the more reason to avoid him. Chen Chunlong looked at Qin Shaoxiong's back with a strange light in his eyes. Like a wise Mr. Zhuge, he said in a deep voice, there are also rules and levels in the martial arts world. The Jiang family only had Grandmaster Jiang, and they couldn't even be considered a martial arts family. As for the Qin family and the other 6 families, they were known as martial arts adjudicator families. They were like emperors who ruled over the entire martial arts world. The Jiang family is too weak. He must be scared. What is the adjudicator family? All the martial cultivators in the world must obey his orders. Nobody dares to disobey him. Everyone must listen to his judgment. Otherwise, it will be a disaster. If that's the case, the Jiang family is really in danger. Li Xiangfeng pushed his gold-rimmed glasses up his nose and sneered, "You're right, young master." However, they were shocked by what happened next. Faced with Qin Shaoxiong's provocation, Jiang Tian sneered and said, "Qin Shaoxiong, kneel down and admit your mistake, and I'll spare your life." "What did you say? You're asking for it. I don't care if you're Master Kong or Master Garlic. You're going to die today." When Qin Shaoxiong heard this, anger rose from his heart. His eyes emitted a ferocious glint as he rushed towards Jiang Tian like an arrow and punched him. "Kneel!" It was the first time Jiang Tian attacked. He slapped his palm down as if he was dusting off dust. Boom! Boom! The void shook. An invisible giant palm formed by the spiritual qi of heaven and earth fell from the sky. Qin Shaoxiong felt as if an invisible Mount Tai was pressing down on his head. His knees went soft and he knelt on the ground. Splat. Then, under the monstrous power, he prostrated himself on the muddy ground like a toad. "How dare you, Jiang? I'll wipe out the Jiang family and leave no one alive. I'm the young master of the Qin family." Qin Shaoxiong gritted his teeth and struggled with all his might. He cursed loudly. His lungs were close to exploding from anger. "You're the young master of the Qin family? Huh, are you that great?" Under everyone's horrified gaze, Jiang Tian stepped on Qin Shaoxiong's face and rubbed it so that his face was in close contact with the muddy ground. He said mockingly, "What's so special about you? There's nothing special about you. Didn't I slap you until you were lying on the ground like a toad and I stepped on your face? If there's anything special about you, it's that your face is thick enough. Damn it, even the soles of my Gucci shoes are going to wear out. My heart aches." Jiang Tian even lifted his foot to look at the soles of his shoes. He had a pained look on his face. His venomous tongue was also unprecedented. Everyone was dumbfounded. Jiang Tian slapped Qin Shaoxiong until he knelt and stepped on his face. It was not just a beating, but an extreme humiliation. He had trampled the face of the Qin family in Yanjin into the mud. Jiang Tian's move was even worse than killing Qin Shaoxiong. It was a humiliation that he would never be able to bear in his life. Qin Shaoxiong raised his head and shouted angrily. He was so angry that he spat out a mouthful of blood. He was the son of Qin Zongheng's concubine. He was ostracized and suppressed by his elder brother, Qin Zongheng, and had no status in the family. Long-term suppression had formed his perverted and twisted mentality. He was arrogant and domineering in the secular world and liked to trample on people. He was too lazy to trample on ordinary people, but he liked to trample on those who had a certain status. Trampling on the dignity and pride of his opponents and watching them cry in pain, he always felt better than having sex. This was the only hobby he had left. Anyway, no matter how much hatred others had in their hearts, they could only hold their noses and endure it because he was Qin Zongheng's son. Therefore, he became more arrogant and domineering. But he didn't expect that he would be trampled on by Jiang Tian and be humiliated in such a fancy way. He couldn't help but be furious, but he couldn't resist. His genuine chi was in a mess and he spat out a mouthful of blood. "Ha, a martial artist? You spat out blood from my stomp? You can't even withstand a single blow." Jiang Tian sneered. "Brutal. Crazy. Ruthless. Arrogant." Seeing this, Chen Chunlong, Su Lai, Li Xiangfeng, Yan Yi, and the other young masters felt a chill run down their spines. They didn't dare to say anything and only those words echoed in their minds. This was the young master of one of the top families in Yanjing, but he was trampled on by Jiang Tian and even spat out blood. If these small fries in Jinling went against the Jiang family, the consequences would be tragic. They didn't dare to imagine it. They probably wouldn't be any better than House Nie, House Sun, and House Chen. "Jiang Tian, you still don't want to stop." Meng Yao and Tang Bao were anxious and scared. They almost fainted and their delicate bodies trembled crazily. Mu Yunqing put her hand on her forehead and looked at Meng Yao helplessly. "I told you not to fight Jiang Tian to the death, but you just had to go against him. You know how violent his temper is and how ruthless he is. It's not like you don't know. Even if you can deal with Jiang Tian after this, you'll still be at a disadvantage." At this moment, the ambulance arrived. It was to save Su Shiji. Jiang Tian waved his hand and ordered, "Jiang Chao, block the road. Don't let the ambulance come." "Understood." Jiang Chao went over. He was happy. Today, Jiang Tian violently beat up Su Shiji and trampled on Qin Shaoxiong. It was truly exhilarating. "Jiang Tian, you're too ruthless. Why are you blocking the way when the ambulance is coming? Do you want Su Shiji to die? Are you trying to kill him? Do you want me to be sad for the rest of my life?" Meng Yao was shaking with anger. She pointed at Jiang Tian and shouted, "You're too narrow-minded, aren't you? Just because I abandoned you, you're taking revenge on me like this? Do you have to be angry with me?" In the chaos, she lost one of her crystal high heels. Her bare feet, shoes, and wedding dress were covered in dirt. Her little crown had also run away. Her hair was disheveled, and her tears had washed away her fake eyelashes and eyeshadow, leaving ugly stains on her face. She looked like a phoenix turning into a chicken. "I want this bastard dead." Jiang Tian's face was calm. His eyes were cold. "You think I'm angry with you? You think too highly of yourself. You don't deserve it. In fact, I didn't want to argue with you. But I suddenly thought of something that made me very unhappy. You blocked the road just now, and an ambulance was stopped. The pregnant woman in the ambulance almost died. His life was a life, but other people's lives weren't. Rich people's lives are important, but poor people's lives aren't. I want you to have a taste of being blocked. Have a taste of being treated like ants. I want you to know that you have no dignity at all." Meng Yao was speechless. She was so angry that her whole body was trembling. Even if she was unreasonable, she still had to fight back. Like a shrew, she shouted herself hoarse, "Fine, Don't leave if you have the guts. Let's see how the Qin family and the Su family deal with you. I'll make you regret it. I'll make you kneel on the ground and beg for mercy. Chapter 500. At the same time, at the funeral banquet in the Fulong Mountain Villa, Deputy Commanders Su, Tang Hongtu, and Qin Zongheng sat together and whispered to each other. Deputy Commander Su was Su Yohang's father and ranked third in the military. Ever since Su Yuhang had been bullied by Jiang Tian for standing up for Yi Haochen in Singapore, he had taken the opportunity to build a relationship with the Jiang family. This time, he was also invited. Old Tang, Zongheng used to be in the Supreme Council. You were the one who led the troops back then. You have to help him and put in a good word for him in front of Master Kong. He used to follow that ambitious bastard from the Bai family. He was also bewitched and led astray. Qin Zhong and his son Qin Zongheng stood behind Tang Hongtu. Both of them held their wine glasses and were very polite. Well said. Although I'm not talented, the Tang family and Master Kong still have some friendship. Tang Hongtu clinked his glass with Qin Zongheng and promised to take care of everything. He was very happy inside. Even if he was in a high position, he wouldn't have been noticed by a martial arts giant like Qin Zhong. This was all because the Tang family and Master Kong were very close. Now that Master Kong defeated the Bai family, the Qin family needed to rely on Jiang Tian, so they thought highly of Tang Hongtu. Thank you, Uncle Tang. Qin Zongheng drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. Then he pulled Qin Zhong to sit down and whispered angrily, Dad, when I came back from the Great East Asia, I already told you that Master Kong is not to be trifled with. Why are you still so close to the Bai family? I didn't expect it either. Master Kong is too powerful. Alas, I don't know if he will let us go. Qin Zhong shook his head and sighed. Thinking of the battle where Jiang Tian killed 11 gods on Xianglu Peak, he felt a chill in his heart. Qin Zongheng lowered his voice and comforted him. It should be okay. This time, we took the initiative to send Mr. Old Devil off. Master Kong should let us go. I heard that Commander Su's son also offended Master Kong, but now, it seems that Master Kong is not a narrow-minded person. Suddenly his cell phone rang. He picked up the call and was shocked. His hand trembled and the wine glass fell to the ground with a clang. What's the matter? Qin Zhong frowned and asked. Qin Zongheng had always done things appropriately and never made any mistakes. Even if Mount Tai collapsed in front of him, his expression would not change. Now that he was in Master Zhang's house in front of so many distinguished guests, how could he be so rude? Qin Zongheng's face was already pale, and he was sweating. He leaned close to Qin Zhong's head and whispered something. Qin Zhong's eyes widened in an instant, and he almost had a heart attack. He gnashed his teeth and shouted angrily, Crazy! This good-for-nothing bastard is crazy. He actually went against Master Kong. Isn't he trying to kill us? Deputy Commander Su, who was in a military uniform, had a strong aura. He frowned and asked, Master Qin, what's the matter? Qin Zhong said concisely. Deputy Commander Su was also shocked. He said, How could this happen? I was wondering why Jinling was so crowded today. The Su family and the local officials are really stupid. A pillar of the army like him had a heart of love for the people and the country. He had deep feelings for the people, and the thing he couldn't stand the most was seeing these rich people bully others and run amok. At this time, he was also very angry. Yes, Qin Zhong's face was full of shame. He hurriedly said, Zongheng, we have to go there quickly. Deputy Commander Su said, Well, I came here by helicopter. You can use it first. Hurry up. Thank you, Uncle Su. Qin Zongheng took Qin Zhong's hand and rushed out of the door against the wind and snow. On the helicopter, the pilot, who already knew the whole story, increased the speed to the maximum and rushed to the site of the incident. What's going on? Su Tianyun and his son and Xiaoxiong's phones can't be reached. This animal, son of a bitch, how dare he mess with Master Kong? I'll break his legs. Qin Zhong sighed from time to time and cursed from time to time. Drive faster, drive faster. our Qin family is finished this time. However, Qin Zongheng also had a bitter face. He was burning with anxiety and kept urging the pilot. He originally wanted to join Master Kong. Tang Hongtu and Yi Zhantian had already agreed to make peace. Now, because of this idiot brother of his, not only did all his previous efforts go to waste, but the Qin family might also be facing a disaster. At the site of the incident, the west street of Huanqing Road, the atmosphere was still tense. Both sides were ready to fight at any moment. The richest man Su is here. The 100 million small target is here. At this time, there was a burst of exclamations. The crowd once again made a path. A middle-aged man with slicked-back hair, wearing a fitted suit, strode over. The richest man in Huaxia, Su Tianyun. The father and son of the Su family left behind many golden words in Huaxia. Young Master Su once said in the media, "I never care about money when making friends. They're not as rich as me." Su Tianyun once said, "A person must have a goal. For example, set a small goal and earn 100 million first." Su Tianyun had actually been in the convoy the whole time. Originally, he didn't care about House Chu and Meng Yao, who didn't even have 100 million in assets. A marriage like this didn't help the house at all, but his son's private life was a mess. He changed women every few days, and they were all young models and celebrities too. Now that his son was willing to settle down and marry Meng Yao, Lin Yi didn't mind at all. However, he wasn't happy, so he only greeted Meng Yao's father. He didn't show up from the beginning to the end. He didn't care about the situation in the convoy. He was still working in the car until he heard that his son and young Master Qin were beaten up. He was shocked and came out to deal with it. Su Tianyun glanced at the unconscious Qin Shaoxiong and Su Shiji on the ground. Anger and heartache flashed in his eyes. He sized Jiang Tian up from top to bottom for a while and berated coldly, "Grandmaster Jiang, you've gone too far. Just because the convoy of House Su stopped you for a few minutes, you're going to fight like this? You're being unreasonable." "So what if I'm being unreasonable? If you have the guts, bite me." Jiang Tian did not even look at him and said indifferently. Su Tianyun paused for a moment. He was so angry that he started laughing. "Do you know who I am? How dare you talk to me like this? Even if your mother or father came, even if Secretary Fan came personally, they wouldn't dare talk to me like this. You, a dog of House Qin, don't have the right to let me know your name." Jiang Tian looked at him with disdain, as if he was looking at an ant. "You?" Su Tianyun's face flushed red. His slightly widened eyes were filled with coldness and killing intent. Chen Chunlong, Su Lai, Li Xiangfeng, Yan Yi, the other young masters of Jinling, Meng Yao, Tang Bao, and the other young ladies were all dumbfounded. They had heard that Master Kong was domineering and could suppress Su Jinlei. They had heard that he dared to challenge Yi Wudao, but most of them thought that it was an exaggeration. But today, even the richest man in Huaxia, Su Tianyun, didn't give face to Jiang Tian. Who in Jinling could enter his eyes? Su Tianyun was indeed the richest man in China. He had been in the business world for many years and was extremely shrewd. He quickly calmed his anger and said coldly, "Grandmaster Jiang, I know that you are an extraordinary person that is hard to come by in 100 years. You have supernatural powers and earth-shattering martial arts. You are the martial arts consultant of Zhan Long and have the support of Tang Hongtu of the Supreme General Staff. But you should know that my House Su isn't something you can mess with. Not to mention that my House Su's wealth is far greater than your House Zhang's, our political power is far greater than yours. More importantly, my House Su has the support of Yanjing's House Qin. And House Qin is a family of martial arts adjudicators. They have a good relationship with the other 6 adjudicating families. Offending House Qin is the same as offending all 7 of Yanjing's top families. If the 7 families work together to suppress you, how many nails can you crush if you're made of iron?" Su Tianyun said. Chen Chunlong and the other young masters of Jinling nodded. Their eyes were filled with schadenfreude. Su Tianyun's words made sense. Jiang Tian was definitely a big shot. He had single-handedly pushed the House Jiang from a third-rate family to one of the top families in Jinling City. There had never been such a powerful figure in Jinling City, or even the entire Lingnan province and Su province since the founding of the country. The problem was that Jiang Tian didn't know that the tallest tree in the forest would be destroyed by the wind. The House Jiang had just risen and its foundation was still unstable. They should have hidden their claws and fangs, making more friends and fewer enemies. This was a rare opportunity for them to develop and stabilize their foundation. However, Jiang Tian domineeringly pushed forward, his sharpness too great, stepping down on Qin Shaoxiong. This offended too many people. If they were to become enemies with the 7 major families of Yanjing, the House Jiang would be no match for them. The 7 adjudicating families of Yanjing? Jiang Tian snorted with disdain. The House Bai had already been destroyed by him, but Su Tianyun still called himself one of the 7 major families of Yanjing. This meant that he was only a peripheral figure in the House Qin's camp and had no access to the core secrets. With that thought in mind, Jiang Tian sneered and said coldly, "In your eyes, they are powerful and untouchable. But in my eyes, they are just a bunch of bugs that I can kill with a stomp." Everyone was shocked by what they heard. Everyone went silent and looked at Jiang Tian as if they were looking at an idiot or a lunatic. "Kid, you really don't know your place." Su Tianyun was enraged by Jiang Tian's arrogant attitude. He then cracked a sinister smile and said, "If the Qin family wanted to kill you, Tang Hongtu wouldn't be able to stop them. Besides, the eldest son of the Qin family, Qin Zongheng, is in Jinling right now. If they see their brother being beaten like this, how will they react?" As soon as these words were spoken, the entire place went into an uproar. Everyone's heart skipped a beat and their faces paled. The young lord of the Qin family, Qin Zongheng, was in Jinling City. Unlike the greedy and lustful Qin Shaoxiong, Qin Zongheng was one of the most talented young men in Yanjin. Rumor had it that he used to serve in the military and was a young transcendent grandmaster. He used to have a bright future in the military, but he left the military and joined the Condor unit. He was the vice captain of the Condor unit and Bai Dichen's right-hand man. In the past, he would even address Chen Zifan as Brother Zongheng. Although Qin Zongheng had left the military, his influence had increased. Even Tang Hongtu, who was a pillar of the military and secretary fan of the Jiangsu province, who was a high-ranking official, had to talk to Qin Zongheng as an equal. They didn't dare to put on airs at all. Jiang Tian was no match for Qin Zongheng. If he encountered Qin Zongheng, he was afraid that he would have to lie low and hide his claws like a cat. Chapter 501. TSK, Qin Zongheng is in Jinlin City? This time, Jiang Tian has really bumped into the spearhead, bumping into a tough nut. Everyone discussed spiritedly. "I heard that 10 years ago, when Qin Zongheng was only a teenager, he went hunting in Baitu Mountain and met a tycoon from the northeast. That tycoon was disrespectful and killed himself after he found out about Qin Zongheng's identity. The local mayor was taken away in 3 days." The rich girl who knew about the powerful forces in Yanjin said with admiration, "If Qin Zongheng is here, the Jiang family will definitely be in trouble." Sigh, Jiang Tian has really brought trouble to the Jiang family this time. Hearing this, some of the second-generation young masters and young ladies were shocked, some were gloating, and some were indifferent to the matter, completely treating it as a good show. However, most of them were still on the side of the Su family and the Qin family. No one tried to persuade Su Tianyun. "Fine, let them come and collect your body. You bunch of ants. You really don't know what's good for you." Jiang Tian sneered at Su Tianyun, who had brought up Qin Zongheng. Jiang Tian was so powerful that he could drink with the leaders of countries like South Korea and Singapore. His friends were the tycoons like the Hilton family, the Xingyueli family and the Mitsui group. Just 2 months ago, he defeated the Cherry Blossom Society and killed Miyazaki Benichi on Mount Fuji. He swept through Japan and suppressed a country by himself. He was incomparably powerful. He had returned to Wuxia a month ago and killed 11 gods on Mount Xianglu. He had also destroyed the Bai family of Yanjin. The other 6 families in Yanjin were all afraid of their own safety and tried to curry favor with him. Qin Zongheng dared to provoke him? He was scared to death. Su Tianyun was enraged. Chen Chunlong, Su Lai, Li Xiangfeng, Yan Yi, and the other young masters of Jinling also had ugly expressions on their faces. Jiang Tian was too arrogant. His words overturned an entire boat of people, scolding all the young masters of Jinling and Su Tianyun as ants. At this moment, a whistling sound came from the horizon. Everyone turned their heads and saw a helicopter hovering over and landing on the rooftop of the Golden Sea Hotel building. Su Tianyun's gaze suddenly became complacent, full of confidence, as if Jiang Tian was already an ant that couldn't be more dead. He laughed sinisterly and said, "Young Master Zongheng is here. Qin Zongheng is here." The entire place was in an uproar. "Look at the paint, that's a helicopter from the Jinling military region." Su Lai's face was full of envy, and his eyes were full of crazy worship. This is not something that ordinary people can mobilize. This is the extravagance of a young master from Yanjing. The shrewd-looking Li Xiangfeng also nodded and sighed. Just based on this point alone, the Jiang family couldn't do it. The disparity was obvious. Master Kong is quite capable. Unfortunately, his opponent this time is not on the same level as him. Yan Yi heaved a long sigh. He had mixed feelings. Thinking that the overbearing Master Kong was going to be finished this time, he actually felt a little regretful. If he didn't take the family's interests into consideration, he really admired Jiang Tian. This kind of domineering and powerful young master had not appeared in the circle of young masters in Jinling for decades. He was far more powerful than the new 4 young masters of Jinling. He even had the thought of joining Jiang Tian's side. He really doesn't know the immensity of heaven and earth. He thinks he can dominate Wuxia just because he's popular in Jinling? A frog at the bottom of a well. On the other hand, Chen Chunlong's face was filled with schadenfreude. His smile was sinister. Qin Shaoxiong, who was being helped up by Tang Bao, still had blood on his mouth. He snarled and shouted, "Jiang, my brother is here. You're going to be killed." At this moment, even Su Ruoqing and the others who didn't know that Jiang Tian had already destroyed the Bai family were a little worried. This was Qin Zongheng. Could Jiang Tian be his opponent this time? The Qin family was like the Shinueli family in South Korea, the Mitsui family in Japan, the Rockefeller family, the Morgan family, and the DuPont family in America. They were like pillars of the world and the cornerstone of a country. They were as rich as a country and had great power and influence. It was just that they kept a low profile and didn't know about it. However, they still didn't persuade Jiang Tian to back down. Since he had chosen to follow Jiang Tian, then he would have to go all the way and fight to the death. At this moment, Su Ruoqing turned around and glanced at Shen Mange and Yi Ziwei, only to see the 2 women smiling mockingly. She couldn't help but be shocked and even more confused. What's the meaning of this? They're even smiling? Master Kong can still suppress Qin Zongheng. No way. At this moment, the crowd was in an uproar. Everyone retreated as if they were avoiding a demon god. Qin Zongheng was here. Clatter, clatter. Qin Zongheng was wearing a black casual suit and black trousers. He wore a white flower on his arm, and his high-top leather shoes stepped through the mud formed by the melted snow. He walked over with a majestic gait. Although no one crowded around him, Qin Zongheng was brimming with a terrifying aura. Even though he was alone, it was as if there were thousands of soldiers and horses behind him. Especially when his face was pale and his lips were tightly pursed. He gave off a feeling of power and decisiveness. His enormous aura was like 10,000 mountains, and even Su Tianyun was firmly suppressed. His figure was a little cowardly and hunched. What a domineering aura! As for the young masters of Jinling, they had to back down. They all stepped back and looked at Qin Zongheng with respect and fear. It was as if they were believers looking at a god. This is the aura of a young master from Yanjing. Meng Yao, Tang Bao, Mu Yunqing, and the other young ladies of Jinling had their eyes shining. Their hearts were racing, and their faces were filled with admiration. Sigh, compared to him, Su Shiji is like a pig. Mengyao's eyes had a trace of intoxication. Her heart was beating fast. However, she didn't dare to say this out loud. Yanjing's house Qin was a big family with 200 years of history. They had a lot of power and connections, and their status was unparalleled. Su Shiji, or rather, House Su, was just a white glove of House Qin, a high-level henchman. Moreover, Qin Zongheng was handsome, and he practiced martial arts. His body was well-maintained, and he was full of energy. His aura was imposing, and his charm was eye-catching. In terms of appearance alone, Su Shiji, a rich young master who was hollowed out by wine and women, couldn't compare to him. Seeing that Qin Zongheng was suppressing Jiang Tian, the unconscious Su Shiji came back to life. With Mengyao's help, he stood up shakily and pointed at Jiang Tian. "Jiang, it's time for you to die. Kneel and accept your death. Even young Master Zongheng is here. Even young Master Qin is here to support House Su. He's giving House Su too much face. Bro, you're good." In that instant, many relatives and friends of House Su smiled proudly as if Jiang Tian was already a dead man. Su Tianyun smiled proudly as well. Qin Zongheng had stepped forward to suppress Master Jiang for his family. It could be said that he had given enough face. What a benevolent and righteous master he was. He made up his mind that after this matter was resolved, he would work harder for the Qin family. "Young Master Zongheng, I didn't think that I would actually alarm you. I'm so sorry." He quickly straightened his clothes and walked out of the crowd. His face was full of joy as he greeted Qin Zongheng respectfully. "Bro, why are you only here now? Bro, take revenge for me. I was beaten up by this bastard. Stomp him to death so that he'll never be able to rise again." Qin Xiaoxiong, on the other hand, was ecstatic as if he had found a powerful backer. He ran towards Qin Zongheng. What he got in response was a clean slap. "Bastard!" Qin Zongheng quickly stepped forward and raised his right hand high. With a strange howl, he slapped Qin Xiaoxiong's face hard like a ghost wailing and a wolf howling. In a flash, half of Qin Xiaoxiong's cheek was crushed as if it had been hit by a cannonball. Blood and flesh splattered everywhere. A few pieces of yellow jade mixed with blood spurted out of his mouth. Qin Xiaoxiong flew more than 8 meters away and fell motionless on the dirty snow. It seemed that even if he came back to life, he would be a cripple. Qin Zongheng was a transcendent state cultivator. When he hit someone, his internal force and true qi were unleashed. This was not a slap for Jiang Tian to see. It was not for show. It was a real punishment for Qin Xiaoxiong. "Young Master Zongheng, this." Su Tianyun's smile froze like a plaster. He stopped dead in his tracks and froze on the spot. "Go to the Golden Sea Hotel. My dad is waiting for you inside," Qin Zongheng said as he walked past Su Tianyun. He picked up a carbon steel baton covered in mud from the ground. His face was cold and murderous. It made people's hearts palpitate. He walked towards Su Shiji without stopping. "Young Master Zongheng, this." Su Tianyun's eyes were filled with fear. It was as if he had seen a demon. He turned around and looked at his son who was panicking. He had a bad premonition. Under everyone's incredulous gazes, Qin Zongheng quickly arrived in front of Su Shiji and shouted, "Move, don't get blood on yourself." This sentence was probably directed at Meng Yao and the others who were supporting Su Shiji. However, he did not wait for the dumbfounded Meng Yao and the others to react. He swung the round carbon steel extendable baton, which glowed with a cold light, and smashed it down towards Su Shiji's left arm. Crack! The bone-chilling sound of bones breaking could be heard. Su Shiji's arm instantly bent into a frightening arc. Blood and flesh flowed out. His black suit and pinkish-white silk shirt were torn, and his white bones were exposed. "Ah!" Meng Yao staggered back in fright. She stumbled and fell on her butt, soaking herself in mud. Tang Bao's face paled. Her soul almost flew out of her body. She felt like she was about to pee her pants. "Young Master Zongheng, spare me." Su Shiji's eyes were filled with fear. He grimaced in pain. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He staggered back a few steps, but he did not dare run. Slap! Qin Zongheng's baton landed on Su Shiji's face for the second time. Su Shiji's nose bridge collapsed immediately, and a large part of his cheek was smashed. He was stupefied and stumbled. Dizzy and disoriented, he sat on the ground on his butt. Chapter 502. Qin Zongheng's eyes were full of murderous intent. He squatted down and swung his baton at Su Shiji one after another. Every time he hit Su Shiji, his flesh was broken, and his bones were broken. The cracking sounds were loud and clear. Qin Zongheng was really angry. In addition to punishing him, he also wanted to show Jiang Tian his position and vent his anger. After the Bai family was destroyed, the other 6 families in Yanjin suffered a great loss and were in a precarious situation. They were all trying to make friends with Jiang Tian to stabilize the situation. The Qin family also held a meeting to convey the message that all the forces of the Qin family must keep a low profile during this critical period. After all, this was the time when they were at their weakest. It was outrageous. Not to mention that Jiang Taichu would make a move. Perhaps the government would eradicate these lawless big families. But just as the Qin family lost the dignity and face of the big families in Yanjin and went to the Jiang family's funeral to beg for mercy, trying their best to resolve the conflict, Qin Zhong and many other senior members of the Qin family were treading on thin ice, trembling with fear and treading carefully. The Su family and Qin Shaoxiong went against the Jiang family's funeral procession and offended Kong Taichu. What a sin! This was simply kicking the Qin clan into a pit of fire. It was simply consigning the Qin clan to eternal damnation. He didn't even dare to imagine how miserable the Qin clan would be if Jiang Tian decided to fight with the Qin clan. They wouldn't be much better than the Bai family. After all, the Bai family still relied on the Mount Shu sword sect, which made Jiang Tian a little bit worried. But what could the Qin family rely on? Nothing. The baton flashed with a cold light and let out a strange howl. It made the most intimate contact with Su Shiji's fat body time and time again. Every time it smashed down, Su Shiji's blood, flesh, and broken bones would splatter everywhere. In the end, Su Shiji was no longer screaming. He was completely out of breath. His body was like a twisted piece of rotten meat lying in the mud. His crotch was also wet. Blood, foam, and undigested food and wine were spurting out of his mouth. A pungent stench filled the air. There was dead silence. Everyone in the bridal procession, which was several hundred meters long, was dumbfounded and kept quiet out of fear. Hundreds of Jinling City's young masters and daughters couldn't even make a simple note. Half of the street was dead silent. Only the whistling of the north wind could be heard. But a huge question mark appeared in everyone's mind. Why did Qin Zongheng want to beat these 2 people? And why did he beat them so fiercely? Then, amidst the silence, under the horrified gazes of the crowd, Qin Zongheng threw away his baton, stood up, and walked quickly to Jiang Tian. As if there was no one around, he naturally bent his waist, bent his knees, and knelt on the ground. He lowered his noble head and said in the most respectful tone he had ever used in his life, "Master Kong, all of this is due to the Qin clan's lack of discipline. Our Qin clan has an undeniable responsibility. My father and I are deeply sorry. Please punish us, Master Kong. If Master Kong has any orders, the Qin clan will carry them out to the end without hesitation." Everyone was shocked as if they had seen a ghost in broad daylight. Their eyes widened so much that they almost popped out of their sockets. Qin Zongheng, the young master of the Qin clan in Yanjin, knelt down and apologized to Jiang Tian on the street. That was the Qin clan in Yanjin. The Qin clan in Yanjin that had stood for hundreds of years without falling. They were extremely powerful and wealthy. They were the Qin clan in Wuxia. If they wanted to, they could push a soldier to the position of a general or turn a low-level civil servant into a high-ranking official. Qin Zongheng was the heir of the Qin clan. Needless to say, his status was high and his power was powerful. However, at this moment he knelt down and apologized to Jiang Tian, who was just a young master in Jinling City. This didn't make sense. I don't want to see this Qin Shaoxiong in Wuxia. Jiang Tian's eyes were indifferent and his tone was relaxed. He didn't even help Qin Zongheng up, as if it was natural for him to kneel down. "Thank you, Master Kong, for sparing my life." Qin Zongheng looked grateful and said quickly, "The Qin clan will sever ties with him immediately, expel him from the clan, and send him overseas. He will definitely be sent to an African country." From what he said, even if Jiang Tian wants to kill Qin Shaoxiong, he won't stop him. Li Xiangfeng quickly came to this conclusion. He felt a chill in his heart and cold sweat came out like spring water. Who is he? What kind of power does he have? With Tang Hongtu behind him and his identity as Zhan Long's martial arts consultant, it's impossible for him to make Qin Zongheng kneel down and surrender. Su Lai furrowed his brows and looked at Jiang Tian. His expression was extremely serious as he screamed in his heart. He felt as if the young man in black casual clothes was no longer a human being, but a prehistoric beast that was baring its fangs and brandishing its claws, capable of devouring the heavens and earth. He didn't just make Qin Zongheng submit. Qin Zongheng said that he would kneel down and apologize on behalf of his father. He can make the Qin clan submit. The Qin clan of Yan Jin. This is too powerful. Yan Ye's eyes were filled with fanaticism as if he had seen his idol. Who the hell is he? Is he the reincarnation of an immortal? Is he the reincarnation of an old devil? Facing Jiang Tian's overwhelming power and intimidation, Chen Chunlong's face turned as pale as a sheet of paper. His clothes were already soaked in cold sweat. What's going on? He just kneeled down. Could it be that Grandmaster Zhang's tentacles have already reached Beijing? Has he already taken out the Qin clan? That's too fast. Not only the Fourth Lord and the other heirs of Jin City. Even Tang Xiaozi, Bai Qiufei, Tai Ming Huang and Su Ruoqing were dumbfounded as they sized Jiang Tian up. It was as if they had just met Jiang Tian for the first time. I don't want to see Su Tianyun's family anymore. I will strip them of their assets and expel them from Huaxia. Otherwise, the Qin clan will have to suffer for me. Jiang Tian's tone was indifferent. However, he was like a god that ruled over the world. His words were law and unshakable. Don't worry, Master Kong. We will deprive the Su family of their assets, and we will not leave a single penny behind. We will send those who should be sent to prison. Qin Zongheng quickly agreed. Su Tianyun was just a high-level henchman and agent who helped the Qin family hold the shares. It was too easy to deal with Su Tianyun. Qin Zongheng didn't hold back either. Let's go. It's time to send Mr. Old Devil off. Jiang Tian turned around and walked towards the hearse. Old Devil, I'm sorry. I didn't let you go in peace before I left. Brother, is useless. He looked up at the sky and sighed sorrowfully, full of bleakness and loneliness. In the lead gray sky, heavy snow once again fluttered down. Winter had truly arrived. Until Jiang Tian and the others once again boarded that inconspicuous Jinbei passenger car and sped away. Qin Zongheng wiped the cold sweat from his forehead and slowly stood up. The biting cold wind blew through his sweat-soaked clothes. He couldn't help but shiver. However, the coldness in his heart was even colder than the coldness in his body. The faces of all the heirs and heirs of Jin City, including the older generation, turned pale. Their eyes were filled with fear and shock. Mu Yunqing felt dizzy and the scenery in front of her blurred. Jiang Tian wasn't just stepping on the Qin clan. He was stepping on the entire Jin City. In the crowd, Meng Yao stared blankly at Su Shiji, who was lying in the mud. She looked at the other heirs who didn't seem to want to help. Suddenly she cried out. She burst into tears. Her tears fell like rain, and her body was on the verge of collapse. Tang Bao, on the other hand, was still in shock. It took her a long time to come back to her senses. She even forgot about her identity as a bridesmaid, forgetting to help Meng Yao up. Mu Yunqing sighed at the sight. Man, if you knew this would happen, you wouldn't have done it. I told you not to fight to the death with Jiang Tian. It was only then that the ambulance was able to enter. It carried Qin Shaoxiong and Su Shiji onto a stretcher and sped away. Qin Zongheng waved his hand and said listlessly, "Let's go." Many of the young masters hesitated for a while. But They still drove away with their hearts full of confusion in the end. Chen Chunlong, Su Lai, Li Xiangfeng, and Yan Yi looked at each other but didn't leave. Instead, they walked to Qin Zongheng's side and said respectfully, "Master Qin, we were a little disrespectful to Master Kong with our words just now." They were terrified. They didn't fight to the death with Jiang Tian, but they did say a lot of weird things. Who knew if Jiang Tian heard them? "Come over together." Qin Zongheng frowned before nodding. He pointed at Meng Yao and the others and walked towards the Golden Sea Hotel. "Come, Mea, don't be sad. It'll all be over." Mu Yunqing supported Meng Yao, who was stumbling. She wanted to take this opportunity to see the truth. The young men and women waited outside the restaurant on the first floor as Qin Zongheng went in to report. About half an hour later, someone who looked like an assistant opened the door. They walked into a private room and saw a white-haired old man sitting on the sofa with a pale face. Su Tianyun was kneeling on the floor like a child who had done something wrong, apologizing profusely. Beside him, Meng Yao's father was almost paralyzed on the floor. Tears flowed down his face as he sighed and shook his head. Chen Chunlong and the others were shocked. They couldn't say a word even though they were usually eloquent. Even if they were idiots, they could tell that this old man was the famous head of House Qin, Qin Zhong. Su Tianyun's face was full of pitifulness as he begged. "Head of House Qin, my father was Master Qin's personal bodyguard back then. He even took a bullet for him. I've been following you all these years. I've worked hard even if I didn't do anything. Can you please let me go? Killing someone is just a small matter. Jia was beaten into a cripple, but he's not leaving a single cent, isn't this too? Oh Tianyun, I don't want to do this either, but Master Kang's influence is just too great." Qin Zhong shook his head and sighed. "I'm not afraid of you laughing at me, but Master Kong is someone I can't afford to offend." Meng Yao's blood rushed to her head at the sight of her father panicking. She took a deep breath and said angrily, "Head of House Qin, this Jiang Tian was my classmate back in college. I know him better than anyone. He's a good-for-nothing trash and idiot. He even married into a trash house in Lingnan. I don't know how he made some friends, but when he came back to Jinlin, he released a new product and crushed the 3 houses in Jinlin. He pushed Yawang Group's stock price up and became a new house in Jinlin. But in terms of assets, connections, and authority, not to mention your Qin clan, he can't even compare to the Su clan. Why are you so afraid of him? So what if we ignore him? Do you think he'd dare to kill us? Is there still any law and order?" Chapter 503. Meng Yao, you have no right to speak. This is the head of House Qin we're talking about. Mr. Chu jumped in fright. But Meng Yao couldn't calm her anger. She didn't listen to him at all. She raised her swan-like head proudly and said with tears in her eyes, "It's just my wedding car that stopped their funeral car. We didn't commit any crime, did we?" But Master Qin broke Su Shiji's bones and tendons. We don't even know if he's dead or alive. Her eyes were calm and fearless, and her voice was mournful and cold, like the cry of a sword. Shiji once proudly said that Uncle Qin, you are his guardian angel, and the Qin family is his backer. But now, what kind of protector are you? What kind of backer are you? Little Chu, how can you talk to the head of House Qin like that? Su Tianyun's face paled. Mr. Chu rushed over and raised his hand, wanting to hit his daughter. "Don't hit this girl." Qin Zhong scolded Mr. Chu. He took a sip of his tea and said slowly, "This girl is worried about her new husband. She doesn't know the truth, so it's understandable that she's questioning him like that." He then looked at the stubborn Meng Yao and said kindly, "You know too little about Master Kong. His fearsome battle record, his fearsomeness. I can't finish talking about it in a day and a night. Let's talk about the battle that made him famous. The Battle of Lin Zhenyu at Poyang Lake. The one who fought Lin Zhenyu at Poyang Lake was Jiang Tian?" Meng Yao and Tang Bao looked at each other in shock. The two girls went to Poyang Lake Villa with their best friend Lin Manong and met Jiang Tian there. But during the battle, that Master Kong shot into the lake from the villa. They were far away from Jiang Tian and didn't see Jiang Tian's face clearly. That's right. Qin Zongheng interrupted. Lin Zhenyu was the strongest person in the Great Circle, and Master Kong killed him at Poyang Manor and became famous after that battle. Until now, Zhao Yuankuan, Wei Feilong, and Huaqing Tian, the three veteran masters, have all submitted to him. This is also the beginning of the Heaven Alliance. This so-called Master Kong is actually Jiang Tian. Meng Yao was stunned, her body trembling as her face paled. That was the first time she had witnessed the might of a martial artist, so it left a deep impression on her. At that time, Lin Zhenyu's crimson flame burned the water vapor several li around Poyang Lake. When Master Kong punched down, he raised a water curtain more than 10 meters high and condensed a more than 10 meters long air dragon. It was like a fight between immortals. And, after that battle, he led the Lingnan forces back to Jinling and defeated the three major houses of Jinling, including Nie Zhonghai, in the financial war. Qin Zhong sighed. Not only did Kong Teichu defeat them and get their shares, but he also annihilated them completely. We thought it was a fire. That's what the news reported. Chen Chunlong and the others were shocked. They had heard of the rumors before, but they didn't believe it. Now that they heard it from Qin Zhong's mouth, they finally believed it. They couldn't help but feel a chill in their hearts. Annihilating the three major houses of Jinling was done with the cooperation of the higher-ups. It's not convenient for me to tell you the reason, but it's enough for you to know. Qin Zongheng sighed. Next, Kong Teichu annihilated the richest family in Nanyang, Guishihai's house. When the Singapore police showed up, Kong Teichu slapped away 3 riot police cars and killed hundreds of armed police officers. In the end, he forced Guishihai to his death and got the shares of the Gu family. Then he defeated the state preceptor Wang Chongyan and took control of the Singapore Chinese society. Even the Prime Minister of Singapore, Li Hsien-long, was his disciple and he had to kowtow to him. What? He killed hundreds of police officers? The richest man in Singapore, Guishihai, was killed by Jiang Tian? The news said that he had a heart attack. He also took away the Gu family's assets. Isn't that trillions in assets? Even the Prime Minister has to kowtow to him like a disciple? What's the difference between this and an emperor? Everyone present here was shocked to the point of being thrown off their feet, and they felt their views of the world had collapsed in unison and were unable to be pieced together. Next, it's Kong Teichu's fight with the Russian Grandmaster Xiaobin. How can you not know about this at Moling Lake? Qin Zongheng frowned. Moling Lake was under martial law that day. We didn't have the right to enter. Chen Chunlong sighed. We went in, but the soldiers said that it was dangerous and chased us out. I didn't finish watching. Tang Bao trembled. The Master Kong who fought with Xiaobin, is he also Jiang Tian? Meng Yao asked. At that time, Jiang Tian and Qing'er swung out of the lotus flowers on a boat. They were too far away. Meng Yao was only immortal. How could she see clearly? However, he remembered that at that time, many generals in the army, many high-ranking officials in the province, and many martial arts figures had come to watch. That's right, it's him. Qin Zhong nodded solemnly. Xiaobin was originally a traitor of Huaxia's martial arts world, but he was highly valued in Russia. He was able to drink with the commander of the Northern Army and was even received by the Russian emperor. But he was still killed by Master Kong. Kong Teichu once saved Tanjuan's family, Li Jianxi of the Xinyueli family. Even the president of South Korea had to bow to him as a disciple. There are some things that I can't say. It'll only harm you. At this point, Qin Zhong hesitated. Kong Teichu once dominated the East Ocean. 1 man and 1 ape destroyed a mixed army of 28 soldiers and airmen. This was a secret that only the intelligence agencies of various countries knew. If it were to spread to the secular world, it would shake the foundations of the current social order. But seeing the unwillingness in Meng Yao and Su Tianyun's eyes, he sighed. Also, just a month ago, he killed the minister of the Ministry of Defense, Kono Taro. Boom. As soon as these words came out, it was like a nuclear explosion. Everyone's face changed drastically. They were as pale as corpses that had been dead for 3 days. They couldn't even stand properly. The minister of the Ministry of Defense was the Minister of National Defense. He was an important minister of a country, an important minister of a superpower. He controlled hundreds of thousands of modern military equipment, fighter jets, tanks, missiles, and heavy cannons. He was the most powerful person after the prime minister. At this moment, they finally understood how terrifying Jiang Tian was. If he dared to kill the minister of the Ministry of Defense, there was no one he wouldn't dare to kill. So, Brother Tianyun, it's not that I don't want to uphold justice for you. It's not that I don't care about our brotherhood, but we, the Qin family, can't afford to offend him. Qin Zhong smiled bitterly and shook his head. But we still have the other 6 major families in Yanjing. If we do nothing, won't Huaxia belong to Kong Teichu? Su Tianyun asked unwillingly. Didn't you hear about what happened to the Bai family? Qin Zhong asked. I've heard about it, but I haven't heard the details yet. I was going to ask you about it. Su Tianyun said. Sigh, I thought you were well informed and already knew the inside story. Qin Zhong heaved a deep sigh and said, the Bai family of Yanjin has been uprooted by Kong Teichu and exiled from Huaxia. The reason we came to Jinling today is to pay our respects to Grandmaster Jiang, to bury this ghost kick who died because of the Bai clan. The Bai family, the Bai family. Su Tianyun's face turned pale. His legs trembled violently and he couldn't say another word. All right, let's settle this matter like this. You can either understand or curse me behind my back. I don't blame you. You can go now. Qin Zhong waved his hand and asked them to leave. After he said that, he seemed to have aged 10 years. Chen Chunlong, Su Lai, Li Xiangfeng, and Yan Yi trembled as they hurriedly asked, we were disrespectful to Grandmaster Jiang just now, will he also? He even killed the Minister of Defense of Japan. He will kill me. He will kill me. Tang Bao's legs trembled violently when she remembered how she had mocked Jiang Tian. Her legs became wet and she peed on the spot. Since then she had lost control of her bladder. She would pee on the spot and it had been with her for the rest of her life. He won't. After hearing what they said, Qin Zhong shook his head gently and said, you don't know Master Kang's temper. He has the vision of embracing the world and swallowing the sun and the moon. He is not a narrow-minded person. Today is the day of his loyal servant, Ghost Kick's funeral. He is so angry because you have offended him. He sighed as if he was a hero past his prime. With his monstrous power, I'm afraid that only those reclusive immortals and the leaders of countries are qualified to be his opponents. In his eyes, all of us are like ants. How can we even enter his eyes? A group of Jinling's young masters and socialites walked out of the hotel in a daze, as if they had lost their parents. Tang Bao was so agitated that she did not pay attention to her feet and slipped. Her mouth was full of mud and her knees were bleeding. Qin Zongheng chased after her and said in a low voice, don't say a word about what my father said today. Not only you, but also other insiders. Otherwise, the Qin family will not be polite. After he finished speaking, he hurriedly turned around and left without waiting for their reply. Let's keep a low profile, okay? Let's not mention that title again in the future. We'll become a laughingstock and maybe even make Grandmaster Jiang unhappy. Qin Chunlong and the others only felt that their title as the new young masters of Jinling was a big joke in front of Jiang Tian's peerless might. Mu Yunqing looked up at the snowy sky and sighed softly in her heart. Sister Ruoqing is right. He really is a godlike man. I was wrong before. Compared to the Gua family in Singapore, the Bai family in Yanjing, and the Minister of Defense in Japan, the Su family and the Qin family behind them are nothing. I have to leave the country quickly. I can't stay in Jinling anymore. It's too scary. It's too scary. Tang Bao's eyes were filled with fear as she trembled like a sieve. Meng Yao's heart was already filled with bitterness and bitterness. Her nose was sour and sparkling tears flowed out of her eyes. Jiangbei Master Kong, Zhan Long's martial arts consultant, the richest man in Singapore, the mastermind behind the Xingyueli family, the strongest martial artist in the world. Chapter 504. It wasn't a big deal that she missed out on this. After all, everyone had their own destiny, and Jiang Tian was already married to Zhao Xueqing. She didn't dare to ask for too much. But, was she really not asking for anything at all? Maybe she didn't want to. In her bones, she was still unwilling to let go of this opportunity. Because she couldn't get what she wanted, her heart was filled with resentment. Therefore, she had to let Su Shiji compete with Jiang Tian. That was why she fought with Jiang Tian with all her might today. In the end, the Su family was destroyed, and her future and a perfect marriage were ruined. Many thoughts flooded her mind, and her head buzzed as if it was about to explode. Everything in front of her blurred and tilted. Xing! Suddenly, the string called reason in his head, pulled by regret, anger, self-blame, depression, and other negative emotions, made a soft sound and snapped in an instant. Jiang Tian, your singing of Norwegian Forest is very good. Can you sing it for me again? She stared at the empty space in a daze. It was as if Jiang Tian was still there, just like when they were young, holding a wooden guitar and singing a lame love song in front of her dorm under the candlelight. Jiang Tian, you have to keep singing for me. A crazy smile appeared at the corner of her mouth, and it grew bigger and bigger. Her smile became crazier and crazier. She dragged her muddy wedding dress and dashed into the snow. She was actually crazy. 8 foster sons carried the portrait, and 16 grandmasters carried the coffin to the funeral parlor. After cremation, they finally buried the ghost. Leaving the cemetery, Jiang Tian sighed on the way. Jiang Tian, being rich isn't necessarily a good thing. Talent doesn't match up to status, virtue doesn't match up to wealth. Sometimes, it can even lead to disaster. You're thinking about the pregnant woman who almost died, aren't you? Wealth, power, and power are all dead things. It doesn't matter if it's good or bad. The key is who has it. Jiang Tian said indifferently, if a good person has it, it can be put to good use. If a bad person has it, then it's the opposite. Jiang Tian, I have an idea, Jiang Changing suddenly said. What? I want to set up a charity fund to help those who are seriously ill and have no money to treat them, as well as those who are poor because of their illness. There are also children, orphans, and so on. If you want to do it, then do it. I will support you unconditionally. That won't do. You're the patriarch after all. I will definitely report to you. Jiang Changing patted Jiang Tian's shoulder and laughed. Back home, after the banquet, the guests left one after another. Before leaving, Qiu Gong said with tears in his eyes, Master Kong, the death of the ghost kick was worth it. Extremely sad, extremely sad. Tears streamed down his face as he left. Tang Hongtu pulled Jiang Tian's hand and said in a low voice, Master Kong, please don't blame her. That girl Ling Long has gone out to travel. She said that she would help you find cultivation resources. She hasn't returned yet, and there's no news about her. How long has she been out? Jiang Tian was slightly taken aback. No wonder he didn't see Tang Linglong. He wanted her to be his goddaughter. It's been more than a month. There's no news from her. Will she be okay? Tang Hongtu was worried. She is now at level 2 Qi refining stage, comparable to a martial arts grandmaster. Don't worry. Jiang Tian patted his shoulder and comforted him. After sending all the guests away, the family gathered in the living room with bright yellow lights after dinner. Jiang Changing pulled Jiang Tian's hand and asked, Jiang Tian, where have you been for the past year? Qin Zhong's friends in Yanjin must be powerful. Why do they seem to have something to do with the ghost kick? What happened? The battle at Moling Lake, the battle at Tanjun's Taoist Palace, the battle at Dongyang, the battle at Sword Insertion Peak, the battle at Bai family in Yanjin. These were too dangerous. Jiang Tian and his friends had been hiding it from the old man. No wonder the old man was confused. Jiang Tian even hid the battle at Nanyang from the old man. If the Gu God sect hadn't come to the door, the old man wouldn't even know about it. Grandpa, a lot of things have happened in the past year. Let me tell you. Jiang Tian held a cup of tea that Qinger handed to him. Even Yi Ziwei widened her watery eyes and stared at Jiang Tian with a curious look on her face. She had seen Jiang Tian defeat Xing Shanhu, the leader of the Great Circle, on the Micro Whale Princess. However, Xing Shanhu's power was only on par with her father, Yi Gufeng. Now, Jiang Tian was able to suppress Qin Zhong and his friends from Yanjin. She didn't know what had happened in between. Jiang Tian started with the battle with Lin Zhenyu. In fact, it happened before the birthday party of Jiang Zhuang. After the destruction of the three major families in Jinling City, Jiang Tian had already told them that he was a cultivator and taught them cultivation methods. However, Jiang Tian didn't tell them about the battle with Lin Zhenyu at that time. After listening, Jiang Changging nodded and said, "No wonder Chao Shixiang values you so much and personally came to celebrate my birthday. I'm basking in your glory. It can be said that you saved the Wuxia Martial Arts Alliance. It was a wise decision for him to befriend you." "So, the battle between you and Qing'er in Jinling City was also caused by the Great Circle?" Jiang Zhixing asked worriedly. "That's right. In fact, after the battle at Poyang Lake, destroying the three major families in Jinling City was like a game. Qing Tian and I went to the top of Mount Everest and found a magical medicine to help Qing'er break through her cultivation." Jiang Tian said, "But don't worry, the Great Circle won't dare to show his face now. He's scared out of his wits." "Brother Tian, you're awesome. That's the Great Circle." Jiang Chao was so excited that he scratched his head like a monkey. This kind of hot-blooded brat loved to talk about the secrets of the underworld. He would brag about it when he was drinking, as if he was very familiar with it. However, these were all rumors he had heard. Originally, the Great Circle was something he could only look up to, but now, it was actually suppressed by Jiang Tian. "Actually, before the Spring Festival last year, I went to Singapore to collect a debt. The Guo family of Nanyang owed me 10 billion. Jiang Tian said. How he killed his way into the Guo family, how he encountered the police, how he killed Wang Chongyan, how he suppressed the Chinese Association of Singapore, how he intimidated Li Xianlong, how he became the Grand Preceptor of Singapore, and how he was provoked by Yi Haochen and the others. No wonder the free trade zone was suddenly moved to Yangcheng." Jiang Zhixing slapped his thigh and laughed. "Jiang Tian, you're really something. You're suppressing a country by yourself." Yi Ziwei laughed. "Little Tian, are you saying that you're worth more than 1 trillion now? What are we doing now? It's enough to last us a lifetime." Jiang Changging said solemnly, "How can that be? The Chinese medicine industry is the foundation of our Jiang family." Yi Ziwei laughed and pretended to get up to leave. "Grandpa, I'm just joking. I'm going to work overtime. Look at how anxious you are." The old man laughed and sat back down. "He can suppress Yi Cheetah? That Yi Cheetah is not an ordinary person. He's known as the Grand Preceptor." Jiang Changging's pupils constricted. He was still reeling from the shock of the Battle of Singapore. Jiang Zhixing nodded. "That's right. Yi Cheetah is a man of high academic standards. Even the government officials in the country have studied his works before. Yi Cheetah's family is one of the top families in Zhonghai." Although his expression was extremely indifferent, the praise in his eyes could not be concealed. There were only a few words. "My son is awesome." Jiang Changging then asked, "But Jiang Tian, what did the Grand Preceptor mean when he said that you're the hero of the nation?" Jiang Tian thought for a moment and said, "I'm afraid it has something to do with the fact that I'm War Dragon's martial arts consultant. You don't know Wang Chongyan, but his Blue Coat Society was the biggest intelligence organization in the country. So Wang Chongyan is an ambitious man. Little Tian, you're worthy of his praise." Jiang Changging nodded approvingly. Next is the battle with Xiao Bin. It was at Moling Lake. At that time, I had already broken through using the cultivation resources of the Star Continent. Jiang Tian explained Xiao Bin and the battle situation. Heavens, that's someone who can drink and chat merrily with the commander of Russia's Northern Army. But he was actually defeated by my grandson. The old man was completely shocked. July 15th, Moling Lake is not far from us. Jiang Bangxia covered her mouth with her small white hand. Her clear eyes were full of shock. No wonder Moling Lake was under martial law that day. So many policemen were patrolling. A real man should be like that. Jiang Zhixing had heard about this matter, but he did not know that it was all done by Jiang Tian. He slapped his thigh and said, Xiao Bin is a descendant of Yan Huang, but he defected to another country and pointed his knife at Huaxia. He should be killed. Jiang Tian, you did well. You did well in these two matters. As a descendant of Yan Huang, you should fight for your country without fear of death. Those who offend Huaxia must be killed. This is the spirit of martial arts. This is what a martial artist should be like. Jiang Changing praised and encouraged. Jiang Tian, around October, we went to stop South Korea's TKM from applying for the World Heritage Site. That Li Jinju is so respectful to you. It's not just because of your medical skills, right? Jiang Changing narrowed his eyes and asked. Jiang Tian's medical skills might be good, but South Korea also has its own TKM. Li Jinju and the South Korean president do not need to respect a Chinese doctor. Furthermore, this matter is related to the rise and fall of an industry. That was the battle at Lord Tan Daoist Palace. After that, they went all the way to Japan. Jiang Tian explained. Oh, they really went to Japan. Everyone looked at each other. During those few days, Zhao Xueqing stayed in her villa to gather all sorts of tycoons. She even used her family's private jet to welcome and send them off. Zhao Xueqing said apologetically. That battle was too dangerous. That's why I didn't dare to tell my grandfather. Only my friends in the martial arts world know. So what? Didn't Miyamoto Genichi get killed in the end? Jiang Bangxia said with a smile. That battle was really dangerous. Japan even mobilized its self-defense forces. As soon as Zhao Xueqing said that, everyone exclaimed in unison. The teacup in Jiang Chao's hand fell to the ground. When Jiang Tian finished recounting how he, one man and one ape, broke through 1,000 soldiers, killed a major, and swaggered off, the entire hall was deathly silent. Everyone was astonished. Chapter 505. I didn't know you could be so powerful. Jiang Zhixing couldn't believe his eyes. Jiang Changing was also shocked. They had already embarked on the path of cultivation and had experienced the power of cultivators. However, it was still hard for them to believe that they could fight an army head-on. More than a dozen helicopters and hundreds of tanks and armored vehicles. Zhang Wanqing was so angry that she almost burst into tears. How could you take such a risk? How could you keep it from us? Jiang Tian repeatedly apologized, and only then did his mother forgive him. However, Jiang Tian also made up his mind that in the future, even if he was beaten to death, he would never speak of such dangerous battles again. Suddenly, Jiang Changing said calmly, But Jiang Tian, I heard that the Qin Zhong family is the most powerful family in the world. Even Yi Zhantian was defeated by the Qin Zhong family. No matter how powerful you are abroad, they might not recognize you. Let's just mind our own business. However, in the end, he still offended the other party. Jiang Tian told his mother how the Gugod sect and the Bai family kidnapped Wang Lin, how he defeated the Gugod sect, killed 11 immortal realm cultivators, and annihilated the Bai family. Do you mean the 7 families are much more powerful than your grandfather's Zhang family? Jiang Zhixing asked with furrowed brows. Compared to the 7 great clans, the Zhang clan is nothing more than an ant. They have 11 half-step to immortal state and immortal state cultivators. Even the Yi family and the Chao Shixiang family dare not provoke them, let alone the Zhang family. Jiang Tian smiled disdainfully. Of course, the Zhang family and Su Tianyun are no match for the Zhang family, but the Su family can only work for the Qin family. The Qin family has to obey the Bai family. The Bai family's leg hair is thicker than the Zhang family's waist. Zhang Wanqing rolled her eyes at her husband and then said with a smile, My son is so powerful. The whole Zhang family is not as powerful as my son. At this moment, Zhang Wanqing wanted nothing more than to hug Jiang Tian in her arms and kiss him fiercely. She wanted nothing more than to hold Jiang Tian's hand and announce to the world, especially to the Zhang family, See, this is my son. No wonder Qin Zhong and Qin Zhonghen were so scared when they heard what the Wang family did. This Qin Zhong knows when to advance and when to retreat. Jiang Changjing nodded and finally understood. Then he clapped his hands and laughed. Good, good, good. From now on, which family in the vast Su province can compete with my Jiang family? Even in Wuxia, there aren't many people. Jiang Zhixing's eyes were also filled with excitement as he smiled. If your grandfather knew that Jiang Tian is so outstanding and that our Jiang family is so glorious right now, I wonder what their expressions would be like. You want to go to Beijing? I'm not going back. I don't want to have any contact with them. Zhang Wanqing's face turned cold as she refused. Back then, Jiang Tian had offended the Song family of Beijing who had come to break off the engagement. Zhang Wanqing had hoped that the Zhang family could say something good and mediate, but Su Shulan had flatly refused and even announced that she had severed ties with her. With no other choice, the Jiang family sent Jiang Tian to Linzhou as a punishment and to avoid the brunt of his power. This was a thorn in her heart. Every time she thought about it, she would feel pain. Jiang Tian smiled and said, Mom, we don't have to go to the Zhang family even if we go to Beijing. Yanjin is so big and it's not the Zhang family's territory. That's true. Now that my son has established a foothold in Yanjin, why should he care about the Zhang family? Zhang Wanqing smiled proudly. Because of the Gu God sect's destruction, the Fulong Mountains array is no longer working. There is a dragon marrow spirit vein in Yuhua Mountain Villa. We can live there and it will help with our cultivation. Jiang Tian said. Yuhua Mountain Villa? The Shuangqing Mansion? So that's where the leaders live. The old man's face was filled with amazement. Jiang Tian nodded and said, It was bought by the Bai family. Now it belongs to me. Go to Beijing. Go to Beijing. Jinlin is such a small place. I'm sick of it. Yanjin is so much fun. Jiang Chao said excitedly. Jiang Changjing glared at Jiang Chao, then looked at Jiang Tian and said, But our Jiang family's foundation and production base are in Jinlin, especially the herbal field in Fulong Mountain. It's even harder to find it. The medical industry is the foundation of our Jiang family. We can't lose it. Grandpa, we can keep these, but the main members of the family will have to live in Yuhua Mountain Villa. Jiang Tian insisted. He had just checked the cultivation of a few people. Most of them had stopped at the late stage of physique tempering, which was equivalent to the peak of iron body or the early stage of internal force cultivation. If they didn't use the spirit vein, it would be difficult for them to break through in the future. Zhang Wanqing's eyes lit up and said, Dad, if the Medicine King Group wants to expand and expand, it's best to have the headquarters in Beijing. The resources in Jinlin can't be compared to Beijing. Alright, I can go to Beijing. Jiang Changjing thought for a moment, then looked at Jiang Tian and said, But I have to return to Jinlin and Jiang Manor for 3 months every year. Is that okay? Dad, why do you sound like you're asking for Jiang Tian's permission? Jiang Zhixing couldn't help but laugh. He's the head of the family. He's the biggest in the Jiang family. Seniority is seniority, position is position. Jiang Changjing said with a laugh. That's right. He no longer treated Jiang Tian as a junior in his heart. He treated Jiang Tian as an equal and even had to respect him. Grandpa, no problem. Jiang Tian knew that Grandpa Jiang was old and couldn't bear to leave his hometown and old friends behind. It was understandable, so he nodded and smiled. The relocation of the core members of the Jiang family to Yanjin was settled, and they began to move. The Medicine King Group was now worth hundreds of billions of dollars, with tens of thousands of employees and hundreds of senior managers. In addition, there were many forces like the Bai family, the Tai family, and the Tang family in Lingnan who had followed the Jiang family to expand their territory in Jinling and Jiangsu province. When the news came out, it immediately shook the officials of Jinlin city. Even Secretary Fan of Jiangsu province was alarmed. They tried their best to persuade the Medicine King Group to stay and said that they would give them benefits in terms of land, electricity, taxes, and other aspects. One had to know that the Medicine King Group was a major shareholder in Jiangsu province, and it was also the leader of private enterprises. If they really moved, it would be an unbearable loss for Jinlin City and Jiangsu Province. Chairman Zhang, young Master Jiang, I know that it's inappropriate for the city to block the traffic at Su Shiji's wedding. I'm sorry. The secretary of Jinlin City begged. We have already dealt with Du Min seriously and fired her from her position. I hope that Chairman Zhang can see our determination to change our ways. We don't have any objections to the city's work. It's just that the Medicine King Group needs it. Zhang Wanqing sat at the head of the table like an empress. In the future, we will increase our support for the Medicine King Group in terms of taxes. The secretary was still unwilling to give up. Of course, he didn't know that the Jiang family needed the Yuhua Manor for cultivation. He only thought that it was because the Jiang family felt that the investment environment in Jinlin City wasn't good enough. He was filled with regret, and he wanted to slap himself a few times to vent his anger. Why are you so cheap? How many benefits can Jinlin City get by sucking up to the Su family? Not only did the Su family fail to suck up to them, they even offended the Medicine King Group. The conditions offered by Jinlin City were indeed quite favorable, but Beijing might not be able to provide them. Therefore, Zhang Wanqing, Yi Ziwei, and Jiang Lin came up with a compromise. The Jiang family's shares in the Medicine King Group would be transferred to a new company, Medicine King Holdings, registered in Beijing, and the Medicine King Group would still be registered in Jinlin City. This way, most of the taxes would be kept in Jinlin City. When the news came out, the senior officials in Jiangsu Province and Jinlin City cheered as if they had won a major victory. Secretary Fan, accompanied by Secretary Yu, personally visited Zhang Wanqing and expressed his gratitude. He also reiterated his unwavering support for the Medicine King Group and promised various benefits in the future. For the number one official in Jiangsu Province, taxes were only one thing. The key was the relationship with the senior officials. In the past 2 years, the central government officials had inspected the Medicine King Group more than once, and the benefits they brought were indescribable. 7 days later, the relocation plan and the people in charge of all aspects of the relocation were basically confirmed. Grandpa, Dad, Mom, you don't have to send me off. Aren't we going to get together in a few days? At the Jinlin International Airport, Jiang Tian held Jiang Wan's hand and said goodbye to his grandpa and parents while being surrounded by Zhao Xueqing, Huang Linger, Yi Ziwei, Jiang Bangxia, Shen Mange, and Jiang Wan. This time, Jiang Tian and the others were going to be the vanguard for the family. After all, the lease and purchase of the office building and the registration of the company had to be arranged in advance. Jiang Tian wanted to take Huang Linger with him as soon as possible. In fact, Huang Linger was born with a Yi-Wood spirit body. Although she was not as strong as Qingya, she was definitely stronger than Jiang Tian before he reconstructed his body. Her power had already reached the Qi refinement level, which was also the reason why her wounds healed quickly after she was injured by the Gu God sect. However, her problem was that she had only mastered the art of Qi refinement. She didn't have any Dharma artifacts or offensive skills, so she couldn't use her power. Once she mastered these skills, not only would Huang Linger be able to protect herself, but Jiang Tian would also have a powerful helper. As for Jiang Wan, it was already winter vacation, but she insisted on going to Yanjin with Jiang Tian. She claimed that she wanted to be responsible for her own life and wanted to choose a good school for herself. Jiang Tian, fourth uncle's family has treated us well, especially Yilin. She is like your biological sister. You must visit them. I haven't heard from them for a long time, and I'm worried. Zhang Wanqing said, Don't worry. I will visit them. Jiang Tian felt a tinge of warmth when he thought of the little girl who was loyal to her family. Jiang Tian, Yanjin is a place with hidden talents. Although you are in a high position and have a lot of power, you better be careful. Jiang Changing said worriedly, Grandpa, don't worry. I know. Jiang Tian comforted him and then led everyone to board the family's G550 private plane. The plane took off. Jiang Tian looked to the north with a stern gaze. He was finally going to set foot in Yanjin. The Zhang family on his grandpa's side, the Song family, Zhang Danfeng, Song Shuangyan, and my enemies from my previous life, are you ready to face my wrath? Chapter 506. 2 weeks had passed since the Battle of Xianglu Peak. When Jiang Tian was on his way to Yanjing again, the news of the battle was still spreading. Yanjing, Kunming Lake, Song Manor. The area was very large, more than 100 acres. The palace was continuous and the eaves were raised. The sky was clear after the snow. The snow had not completely melted. The bright yellow glazed roof was shining under the warm sun of Yanjing. There were 9 winding corridors, pavilions, rockery, and many precious flowers and plants swaying gently under the towering trees. Everything was a testament to his master's immense wealth, monstrous authority, and extraordinary taste. A red imported Mercedes-Benz passed through the tight security check, drove across the 4-lane asphalt road, and slowly drove into a quiet and exquisite courtyard. The door opened. A slender leg wrapped in black stockings that could make a loafer's nose bleed came out. As a pair of this year's latest brown suede Prada women's boots stepped on the ground, a tall, curvaceous woman with long black hair like a waterfall slammed the car door, wrapped herself in a beige woolen windbreaker, and walked towards a large, quaint house. The girl was 1.73 meters tall. With 8-centimeter high heels, her figure was comparable to a model. Gucci sunglasses covered half of her face. But just by looking at her white chin and red lips, one could tell that she was definitely an enchanting woman. Shuangyan, you haven't left your house for half a year. Are you planning to buy PetroChina, build an aircraft carrier, or make an atomic bomb? The woman walked into a warm room. The room was very warm. The floor was paved with green stones. There was a large carved bed, a mahogany square table, and an incense box with a king wen key on the table. On the right side, there was a roux-kiln beauty goblet. There was a chair in the goblet. The cold plum blossoms were scattered and emitted a delicate fragrance. There were famous paintings hanging on the wall. There was a beautifully carved sword in the scabbard. It was like a lady's boudoir during the Republic of China. The girl took off her windbreaker and teased a woman who was playing the zither in front of the window. You're really doing me a favor today. You actually called me over. Humph, it's been half a year. It's so hard to see you. I called you so many times, but you didn't want to see me. As soon as the girl took off her sunglasses, her stunning face was completely revealed. Her makeup was exquisite, and her pair of clear but passionate eyes made people feel intoxicated and unable to extricate themselves. However, the girl was even more alluring because of her fiery figure. Her breasts were very big. Her buttocks were very round, her waist was very thin, and her thighs were very long. If a woman could stand out in these 4 aspects, even if her face was a little ugly, she would still be a stunner that men yearned for even in their dreams. Moreover, she wasn't ugly at all. Moreover, her temperament was even more dazzling. The most attractive thing about her was the temperament that she exuded through her every movement. She just stood there lazily and frivolously, giving off a mature and noble vibe of a queen. She was like a ripe honey peach. As long as he gently bit through the thin layer of skin, she would drip with water. Yes, this was a woman who looked like she could drip water from head to toe. A man made of mud would naturally crave for the nourishment of a woman who was like water. If a man from Beijing's upper class was here, he would definitely be unable to take his eyes off her, and his heart would be restless. This was because she was one of the 4 beauties of Beijing whose beauty shook Beijing. She was the person behind Huaxia's largest women's products group, Qingqing International, Li Yanmei. Misty Eyes Charming. This name was very suitable for her temperament. Not only was she beautiful, but she was also extraordinarily capable and very skilled. Less than 10 years after her debut, she had created the #1 cosmetics group in Huaxia, Qingqing International. In addition, she was also the owner of the largest club for rich people in Beijing. Conquering this kind of woman whose background, appearance, and IQ were all first class was probably the lifelong dream of many men. Sister Yanmei, do you know that in the whole of Beijing, the thing I hate the most is your poisonous mouth? Song Shuangyan finally got up slowly after the song ended. She turned around and rolled her eyes at Li Yanmei, seemingly angry and happy. More beautiful after frost, more clear after snow. Song Shuangyan's small face had delicate features, but it was very cold, like an iceberg that could not be melted in 10,000 years. Even if she was smiling, it still gave people a cold feeling. However, that pair of clear eyes were shining with a bright luster, appearing very wise and deep. Her body was well-proportioned and exquisite, as if she was an ordinary female university student. However, Li Yanmei did not dare to underestimate her at all. She was even a bit afraid because Song Shuangyan was actually the most powerful person in the Song family. She was only 28 years old, but she had already completely controlled the family business of the Song family. She was also the advisor of the Song family's old man. Old Song simply listened to her, and many of the family's strategies and decisions came from her. Under her advice, after a series of alliances, the Song family, which was originally ranked outside the top 10 in Beijing, had risen steadily in just 5 years, becoming one of the top 5 super families in the secular world of Beijing. Do you know that something big happened in Beijing? Li Yanmei no longer joked, but said with a serious face. You're talking about the battle on Xianglu Peak, right? I've already heard about it. Song Shuangyan was wearing a white Han costume, and her beautiful feet were stepping on embroidered slippers. Her temperament was ethereal, like a fairy who had descended to the earth. She sat down beside the tea table with the roots of the old tree, which looked like a dancing dragon. She raised her white wrist, and her small jade-white hand calmly brewed the tea. Her delicate and beautiful face was like an eternally unchanging glacier, appearing very calm. My God, you're still in the mood to drink tea. The Bai family was destroyed by that Jiang guy. Li Yanmei was shocked, and her full chest violently heaved up and down, and now the 6 big families are relying on that Kong Teichu. I heard that Chen Zifan became his henchman, and even became the head of the family. Do you think he'll make a move against us? We're the staunchest supporters of the Bai family. Why not drink tea? The sky hasn't fallen. Song Shuangyan nodded, looked at her with interest, and said, Then what do you want to do? Go seek refuge? Li Yanmei shook her head bitterly, and there was deep fear in her beautiful eyes. She said softly, Other than this, what else can we do? The situation is compelling. But what do you have to rely on him? Give him money. I heard that all the big families have prepared billions, or even tens of billions of funds. Money? Song Shuangyan's eyes were shining with wisdom. She smiled and said, I heard that Master Kong is an immortal state elite, and he can fight an army head-on. He once defeated Singapore, South Korea, and Japan. His personal wealth is in the trillions, and he is as rich as a country. To be able to drink and chat with the head of a country, he is very powerful. His power is not something that you and I can imagine. Billions, billions, tens of billions. It's just a drop in the ocean for him. Damn, then what should we do? Li Yanmei's eyes widened, and she said with a pained expression, I've prepared the money, and I sold 10% of my shares. Did I sell my shares for nothing? For now, there are 2 ways. Song Shuangyan smiled and said, One is to rely on Master Kong, but money is not enough. Spiritual herbs, magical items, and magical items are all cultivation resources. The other is to rely on someone more powerful than Master Kong. For example, Shu Mountain, Kunlun, Diansong, and other big sections. I would like to, but our Li clan cannot be compared to your Song clan. At the very least, the Song clan has a few perfected cultivators and martial Dao experts. Our Li clan does not have a single one. Our eyes are in the dark. How can we get the cultivation resources you speak of? We can't even talk to these semi-hidden sections. They are like gods in heaven. Li Yanmei smiled bitterly. You only need to pay for it. I have people here. Song Shuangyan's jade-white little hand handed over a cup of tea, and she mysteriously smiled. Money? How much do you want? 1 billion. Oh my God. Then I still have to sell my shares. If I continue to sell, I'll have to sell my body in heaven on earth. Li Yanmei's face was full of pain and was very depressed. Vulgar. You're the boss there. What, you want to go down yourself? Song Shuangyan ridiculed and then said seriously, I have an action plan. I found 7 or 8 inner strength experts and a master to carry it out. But the mission is a bit dangerous, so the reward is 5 billion. The Song family will pay the most, 3 billion. There are also a few partners. Don't think that 1 billion is a lot. It's not a lot at all. You paying 1 billion is simply insignificant. I don't know much. Those big families in Yanjing, in order to curry favor with Kong Teichu, each family will pay at least 10 billion. Li Yanmei clicked her tongue and said, I can guarantee that even if you only pay 1 billion, the effect will be 10 times or 100 times. After the mission, Kong Teichu will definitely treat us as his most powerful helpers. He might even turn us into a martial arts family. A martial arts family? That's reaching the heavens in one step. 1 billion it is. It doesn't matter, it's nothing. Li Yanmei immediately agreed and even smiled to express her gratitude. She didn't ask about the specific plan. She knew that even if she asked, Song Shuangyan wouldn't tell her. And she knew that Song Shuangyan was definitely not joking. She also trusted Song Shuangyan a lot. Song Shuangyan never did a losing deal. She was best at using 4 tails to win 1,000 caddies. Using small to win big, unconventional, and winning by surprise. 5 years ago, the 8th-ranked family in Yanjing, the Hu family, had a political and business war with the Song family. No one knew how the Song family operated, but it actually made the other big families extremely dissatisfied with the Hu family. They all joined the Song family's war. In the end, they actually tore the huge Hu family apart. The family head and a few core members were imprisoned, and the entire Hu's group was carved up. Others didn't know, but Li Yanmei knew that all of this was the result of Song Shuangyan's scheming behind the scenes. In that battle, the Song family successfully pushed 2 officials to the top and obtained tens of billions of funds in the capital market. The Song family was promoted to the 5th largest family in Yanjing. And Song Shuangyan's beautiful name of female Zhuge also began to spread in a small circle in Yanjing high society. After seeing Li Yanmei off, Song Shuangyan stood in the windy attic. Her pretty face was slightly cold. Looking down at the thick layer of ice on Kunming Lake, she muttered to herself in a voice that only she could hear. The Jiang family should have more than 1 piece of the incomplete map of the ruins of immortality. If we get a few more pieces from the Jiang family, plus the 3 pieces that our Song family has now, I think that Kong Teichu, and even the leaders of Mount Shu and Kunlun won't be able to resist this fatal temptation. You're tuning in to the Wang Lin's Journey YouTube channel. Don't forget to subscribe and join us on this journey to catch the most captivating stories.